denizens of the internet, and welcome to the third session of All Things Under Heaven, an East Asia-inspired hex roll campaign in the style of the West Marches. We're playing 5th edition, nominally. We'll see how that goes. So, how has everyone's weeks been since we last saw each other? Lisk, I know that you have been having a lot of feelings about gay ice skating, but we'll get to that in due time. Let me see. Jem, how have you been?
I'm just gonna hide behind my soft toy
Oh, that's
and suffer. I've been coming off medication, so I've been really anxious lately.
ooh
Everything is
boy.
making me like way too anxious. I was deleting an Animal Crossing save this morning and nearly cried. So
Wow,
that's about where I'm at. Yeah,
that does not sound like fun.
yeah. It's not really a great beginning to the stream. You really should have picked somebody else first.
Look. That's. Sometimes life is a messy thing. Oh, give me a minute. How do I make my mouse disappear? How do I do that? Someone else talk while I figure out how to do this.
Okay, I can keep talking if people want to keep on hearing about like how generally
Ah,
unstable I am at the moment. Oh, there we go. Luke's got it.
I fixed it because I'm a genius. All right, so George, how have you been? Where are things at? I hear the
I
school is currently off. Yes.
No, I've got 1 week
Okay.
left. That
Ah.
might be Narrabanda. It
Hmm.
has a different
I think it is. Yeah.
weird arrangement. I've been good. I had the drama production camp this week,
Yeah. How
so
was that?
that was a fun time. Lots of weird stuff, but it was
Oh,
altogether a good
wait,
time.
are you
Yeah.
An
are you
actor
still in
I'm
high school, George?
I- I'm in year 12, so
At
college.
Narrabundah College?
no, Dixon.
Oh, I thought you said Narrabundah, and I was like, I went to Narrabundah, and I was excited, but
Hmm.
never mind that then. Jeez.
Oh.
What show are you guys putting on, George?
We're putting on Orlando, so it's based
Oh
off the novel by
shit!
Virginia Woolf,
Very
and
cool.
it's really cool because it explores gender and identity a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Gender Fuckery, a novel by Virginia Woolf.
So,
yeah.
oh, okay, not to make this all about me, but I'm just going to jump in here because technically in the US it is still Trans Day of Visibility, and
Yes.
Represent.
Orlando, literally how I realized I was
Mm.
trans. So just have to like
Oh,
jump in there and say that.
Wow.
that
Cool.
is iconic, Gem. Very iconic.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah,
Yeah. And then Lisk,
cool.
how have you been doing?
I've been pretty trash, but that's all right. I'm gonna spend my allotted time showing off just a small sample of my plush toy collection. These are three bunnies, one of which was given to me as a gift. The other two are temporary. I also have these two TY toys. This one is called Wishful the unicorn. This one is Duke the dog. And this is, of course, Isabel from New Leaf, my one and only, my hero.
Okay, so I've only got one soft toy with me, so I'm feeling inadequate now. So thanks for
I'm
that,
sorry.
Liska.
I kind of five up to you there.
Yeah, you kind of did.
Yeah, as for me, the main news to report from my week is I nearly died last night. It was very thrilling.
Oh,
I was walking down the stairs in the dark. Someone had left a piece of paper on one of the steps, and so I slipped. Gemma, you and Lisk, you've both seen our stairs. I was like at the landing, and I slipped, and I started to fall, and like my leg would have gone crashing right
Oh
in that
no.
wall, and shattered. But I managed to catch myself, thank God. Um,
oh my gosh.
but it was difficult to sleep for a little while after because I was still running high on adrenaline. So that's
Well,
That sounds
that's that's my most recent exciting news.
that
well,
sounds like
I'm
exactly the kind of disaster that would happen at your place.
Yeah, I know.
well, I'm glad you're not dead, Luke. That would be unfortunate. D&D is really what keeps me together mentally. So,
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not dead too. I think on the
also, I'm glad
whole.
you're not dead because you're also my
I
friend,
know,
not just my D.
I know, I know. No, it's just because
It goes without
I'm like,
saying, right?
yeah, I'm your D&D dealer. You got to get that fix. Sorry, bear with me. I'm just quickly tweeting out some stuff. Going live with Session 3.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna I'm gonna be back in a sec. Liska, you have me feeling really inadequate, so I need to get a stuffed toy that I can cuddle a bit easier. Like the giraffe is nice, but it's just too small.
That
Yeah,
is
fair
sweet.
enough.
Yeah, what else has been going on in my life? What else happened? Oh yeah, I've nearly I had a playtest on Monday of my my like micro story game thing that I'm writing. And it went really well. It didn't collapse in a flaming heap of rubble, which is always a good start, and people actually seem to enjoy it.
Nice.
Yeah, so then I've done some tweaking over the week and incorporated some feedback, and apparently I think we're going to play test again on like Monday, so it should be good. I'm pleased. Also,
Cool.
I'm coming down
Awesome.
with a cold, which is less awesome.
Oh god.
So like if I start coughing, just bear with me, please.
I'll like cover my face so it doesn't get on me.
Yes, the dread vector of infection, the internet. All right, cool. If you'll just give me a few minutes more, I'm gonna tweet out a couple more things about how we are now live, and then we will get started. Actually, fuck it. I'm just gonna GM and tweet at the same time.
Hi, Gemma's moose.
All right, so
Thank you. It's really soft. Sorry. Okay.
yeah.
Yep.
So
DMing.
Josh is not able to join us this week. And we discussed kind of like when it became clear that Josh's schedule meant that this would happen sometimes. We discussed how we wanted to handle this. And so the consensus was basically that we were going to go with the conceit, let us say, that each session of this game is going to be like a self-enclosed adventure. Like we're going to go episode by episode. So, unless we know in advance that Josh is going to be there the next week also, and we can work around it. So I think, and I think part of that is that, like, we're not going to exhaustively play out the journey there and the journey back in, like, exhausting detail, right? Like, fuck that. That doesn't sound like very much fun. I think we're only ever going to do one. I say that in such vague terms because I am, like, low-key into the idea of at some point a little bit further in the future doing one where we, like, start in media res in the middle of, like, you guys are in the Eagle God's Nest and then we have to play the journey back. Like, that could be cool to do later, but for now, I think we're just gonna journey there, have an adventure, maybe do journey back if we have time, but, like, otherwise just elide that. So, to begin, you all made it safely back to town. That's the beginning of this session. Good job, everyone. You made it successfully back to town.
Didn't get mauled by any goats.
You didn't get mauled by any goats. The body of the baby eagle god, middle sister, was sacrificed and sanctified in the name of the mountain gods. That's gonna have some ramifications, both on a broader you're fucked level, but also on the personal level of Josh as the one who killed it is maybe gonna receive a little something from the mountain gods themselves. But so we're going to open the session back in town, and we're gonna do for the first time like a really proper like town turn. So if you all look in Roll20, I have added in there. I've added a handout which describes the town procedure and the steps that you will take, and is a very exciting document.
Ooh. Visiting town, a guide.
Yep. But yeah, so I think that we're not gonna faff around. We're not gonna like waste time on a whole bunch of exposition and stuff. We're just gonna hop right in.
Okay. So are we having a short, medium, or long stay in town? So,
That is
that's
is
a
up
question.
that is up to you guys. Understanding that I am gonna charge you. What did I say it was? I think it was like the nominal price of like 5 silver pieces a day to stay in Broken Spear's tea house. So like the length of time you stay in town will get you more town actions, which will equip you better for your next journey. It will also cost you more money. So like,
yeah,
there's a delicate balance there. However, given that you still have the down of a baby god eagle to sell,
yeah.
I'm just speculating here. I don't think money is gonna be an issue somehow. Yeah. So, So let's start there. Like you get back to town. Jisung, fucks off. And gets involved. I think he spends a bunch of time like hanging out in the tea house and hanging out in like the town square at the market, and just like studying the local people and like equipping himself to like impersonate a local, because that's how he entertains himself and also kills people. So he's like doing some deep character immersion work, and is not going to be appearing in this episode. But as for the rest of you, yeah, how long do you stay in town before you head out into the wastes again? Is it like a day, a couple of days, a week? Like, what are you feeling?
I'm feeling like a few days immersed.
A few days.
Yeah,
at
not
most?
long.
Not long.
Yeah,
Prodigal
I
Son is-
think we can.
I'm definitely feeling a bit sort of twitchy after that. I'm like, wait, that was a really bad idea. And I'm always like glancing up at the sky. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, let's maybe try and get somewhere underground. That would be underground.
Yeah.
Would be safe. You wouldn't have to worry about it there. All right, cool. Yeah, underground. Maybe we'll see. But so a few days. So a medium stay in town or a short stay. What are you feeling?
Short?
Short. All right, cool.
I don't know. That's what I'm feeling. Everyone else?
Cool. Yeah, I'm not gonna argue with that.
Cool. All right, let's do short. So, step 1: sell goods. So you come back into town with 2 backpacks. One of them overfilled to bursting, with down from this baby god eagle that would be worth a fortune, but is like bloody smeared with blood. And will have to be like carefully cleaned to try and recover some of its market value. And then the other backpack with like down the bottom, just like maybe 3 handfuls of like perfect, clean, smooth, soft down. So like you know just instinctively, like the general store owner is not gonna have any interest, because this is not the kind of thing their clientele is going to be interested in, but also is just not going to have the fucking money, like, flat up. If you want to sell this, you want to sell it back to the Empire, and you need to go see the broker.
Okay. Well, is that a town action or
No, that's just you just get
You
that's
can
just how the
just go-
selling. That's just
Yeah,
the,
yeah.
the selling thing.
that's
You get to do that for free.
Well, we'll do that.
Uh,
I reckon.
Hang on just 1 second.
Yep.
I just realized something with my level up. I'm gonna probably.
Ooh.
I don't know. Hang on just 1 second. We're good. We're good.
Yeah, Lisk, how did
Yeah,
you
okay.
how did you go, Lisk, with leveling up?
I increased my level.
Step 1. It's a start. Okay, during the first break, we might just work through that and do it in detail.
Yeah.
It probably won't come up before then.
Sweet.
Gem, yes, go.
Yeah. So I have switched over one of my cantrips because light hasn't seemed to be very useful,
Fair.
and I'm pretty dramatic. So I have what am I? I have prestidigitation, and I can instantaneously clean or soil an object no larger than 1 cubic foot.
Oh boy.
Just realized this.
Oh, is prestidigitation meant to be used for this? Fuck it, I'm gonna let you do it because it's cool.
Yeah.
Like,
And
that's very clever. I'm gonna give it to you. For sure.
Okay, perfect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna be using prestidigitation on some of that down.
Yeah, so here's my question. Do you do it before you see the broker, or do you put it out on the table and he's like, oh, this dirty stuff, and then you're like...
You know what?
clean
I
it.
definitely do it. I definitely do it like that. I
Yeah.
make a bit of a show of it.
Alright, cool.
Yeah. Oh, wait, didn't mean to do that. Trying to switch over my spell.
Let's like see a little bit of that scene. So the broker lives outside of town, up through the winding path in the hills, at the ferry. He lives like right by the ferry. His name is Somsak. He's human. He's like a very thin, tall, nervous is maybe the wrong word, but like slightly twitchy looking man. There's a little bit of a weaselly, ferrety thing going on with him. He has these tiny little spectacles perched like very delicately on the bridge of his nose. And his shack is, he's got like a big warehouse basically out the back, and then at the front of it there's like a smaller little like room, which you assume is probably where he lives. And then out the front of that there's like God, what do you call it? Like a kind of like a balcony, and like then it's like covered with canvas, and it has like canvas rolled down walls, which like during times when there's good weather, like he would roll up. But it's autumn, I think, like the first like there's like a gentle kind of like drizzling rain going on. The sky is grey and leaden overhead. Yeah, and you guys trek up this path, and he sees you through like one of the curtains in the weird canvas tent walls, and kind of like rolls it up and kind of like beckons you inside, and he's like, yes, my friends, come in. What can I do for you today?
We have some goods we would like to sell to you.
Ah, wonderful.
Come
wonderful.
across on
Very
our
good.
travels.
Very good. Yes, I do like to buy as well as to sell. Very good. Come in. And he's got in this covered like balcony area, there's like a massive table, like an examination table. It's big enough that like, Shunmo, like even some of the bigger maps like imperial maps you've seen, like the 2 meter by 3 meter ones, could fit on it. And presumably that's why it's so big, is so that like bigger goods can still be examined properly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so he's standing behind the table, and you're all standing on the other side, and he's like, yes, well, by all means, show me whatever it is you have to display.
All right, now here I should mention my plan with the feathers, probably.
Oh, okay.
I'm intending my share, whatever that is, as completely a gift to the Empire. I'm not selling any of it. So,
yeah, right. Okay.
the first thing I want to do, if possible, is fashion one of the feathers into a quill, one that I will be using to draw the maps, or my magnum opus of a map, I suppose. The rest of them, I want them packaged up neatly, cleaned, eventually to sell.
Yeah.
No, to give back to the Empire.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah, so
So
like,
it's a two-part gift.
yeah, awesome. Yeah, so you know that like this guy is not only the the broker who sells things back to the Empire. He also, in functional purpose, is the town mailman, and the Imperial Courier. Like, anything that goes back up the river to the Empire goes through him, because like there's literally no other way to send it. So like you can totally be like, here is a letter, please give it to this person, I'll pay you, 5 silver pieces. Like, he will not be offended. But yes, he's like, yes, what are these goods that you have to display? Something rare, I hope? Unusual?
Can I just like gesture to Climbs to Heaven, like to like bring forward the bags and just dump them on the table?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna do that with, I got performance, so I'm gonna do that with flourish.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do I roll performance, or can I just
I
like?
don't think
Can
you
we
need to.
assume I just
Yeah.
I have flourish? Yeah.
Yeah. There's,
Perfect.
you like, it's very like impressive. You pull out this backpack and he's a bit like, okay, and then you like open the backpack and like pull out a feather and he's like, I don't get it, and then you like and like it all comes spilling out over the table. I think the bloodied stuff behind, and he's a bit like I'm still not convinced, and then you put out the clean stuff in front and he's like, oh, I'm into it now, and then you're like, and all the bloodied stuff is suddenly cleaning it. He's like, yeah.
Oh no, that's not quite how it's gonna go.
Okay. You tell me.
I'm gonna. Yeah. I mean. So we're gonna begin negotiations.
Yeah. All right.
See what the price we can get for the clean stuff is.
Yeah. Clever. Very clever.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because we've only got a little clean stuff, but we have a lot of the bloody stuff. But let's try and find a good price on the clean stuff, maybe, and we'll sell you the bloody stuff at a bit of a discount.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So he like he reaches under the table and pulls out like a long pair of chopsticks. And may I?
Certainly.
And very kind of carefully and scrupulously, and making sure that you can see that he is not doing anything like untoward. Like he takes one of the feathers and lifts it up to his face to examine, but he's not actually touching it, and he makes sure it stays in your line of sight the whole time. He's like, yes, very unusual. Very. Do you mind if I touch?
You may touch one, yes.
And yeah, and then he takes it and he brushes it against, I think, like the back of his hand, because he doesn't want to get any of the oils from his fingers on it. And he's like, yeah, it's very, very soft. Would make an excellent pillow stuffer, indeed. Where did you get this?
We we killed a baby god eagle for it.
Yeah, and I think his face just like,
Crimes to heaven.
yeah, he's just like, holy shit! You can almost see the dollar signs.
We killed a false god for it. Yes.
You can almost see the dollar signs appear in his eyes. He's like, oh yeah, we're all gonna be rich. This is gonna be great, guys. He's like, wow, well, my word, well, this is a marvelous find. You are all very capable adventurers. I am honored to be in your presence. He puts the chopsticks and the feather down on the table and bows to you very deeply, and shifts from addressing you in like kind of relatively even like like mode, to addressing you like shopkeeper to honored customer. And he's like, yes, my humble thanks for choosing to be the patrons of my establishment. He's like, yes, well, there is, and he kind of, he takes the feathers, the chopsticks, and he sorts through the clean feathers, and kind of like, to get a rough idea of the volume of them, which, 3 handfuls. It's not a lot. And he's like,
Yeah.
Let me see, I could... And he starts counting on his fingers, and then he's like, no, that's daft, and he reaches under the table, and he gets out an abacus, and he starts counting on the abacus. And he's like, 150.
For the clean feathers, or for...
Feathers. Up front.
Up front.
So, let's just talk mechanics-wise a little bit about the broker, right? Like, because he has to sell things back to the Empire, which is like a fortnight-long... painful rowing trip up the river, which he has to pay for, and then back again. What he'll do is he'll give you, like, give or take 75% of the value of something up front, and then you'll have to wait for it to get to the Empire and the boat to get to the Empire and come back, and then I will roll randomly to determine how well it did in the Empire, and you may get nothing further, because it may have sold kind of like weekly. Or if it sells really strongly, you might get like an additional 50% of its value and end up making like 125%. So like anywhere in that range.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's like his opening offer is upfront 150. You might be able to budge him on that.
Okay. So I'm gonna say that is a very very kind offer, but there are so few of these unsoiled feathers that they are all the more precious. We will let the soiled feathers go at a lesser price if you increase the price per clean feather.
That sounds like a deception roll to me, Gemma. That sounds like an attempt to mislead him. I think like he's a fairly perceptive individual. I think I'm gonna say the DC is like 16. But
rolled
who cares?
I just got 20.
Who fucking cares? Yeah, he's like a very fair point. Yes, that is quite reasonable, honored customer. For in recognition of your valor and the danger you faced in this enterprise, 200 is the best that my humble coffers can bear.
So that's like how much per weight of feather?
Oh god, yeah. Let me do the maths.
Like I mean, I imagine that's what we're actually negotiating.
Yeah. That's yeah. You're negotiating specifics. I mean, like what we can.
Yeah.
I think you had like I think of the feathers, like a fifth of them were still clean, and then a tenth of them were still clean, and the remaining 9/10 were soiled. So yeah, for one tenth of the load, he's offering 200.
Okay. Okay, so I said we are agreed on this price for the clean feathers, per load of clean feather. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
And
he bows very.
And I imagine we. Wait. Oh, is this just like a Middle Eastern thing, but like drinking tea over kind of negotiations, or?
Yeah, from memory, it's more of a Middle Eastern, Central Asian tradition.
Okay, yeah, I was definitely having the image of us drinking tea to this, but
no, I think it's more like there's like an exchange of like certain bow, like types of bows.
Okay.
Yeah,
and do we get
probably?
Yeah. And do we get like a writ of trade for that amount, or?
Yeah. So he like having made that agreement, he reaches out the table and he pulls out a ledger, and it's like open. It's probably like half a meter wide. Like it's a big book and it's thick, and he flips through until he finds today, and in really scratchy, awful handwriting, enters a record on his end of like how much you've got up front and like what it is and blah blah blah, and then like. Finds a piece of paper and in more legible handwriting because he's making an effort, writes you out a little writ of trade, and then he goes into the house, and you hear him like rustle around for a moment or two, and he comes out with two little boxes, kind of not unlike like little briefcases, like they open kind of in a similar way, and he spins them around and he opens the top one and you can see it's filled with bars of gold. Not like full-size bars, but like little plates of gold that are probably worth, probably 5 GP each, and there's 20.
Also, I imagine that what we're negotiating with is minus what? Let's go. What's your character's name again?
Shunmo.
Minus what?
Shunmo. Shunmo's share, I think, has already been taken out, but this will help us figure out how valuable, like what its value is when we write it on the character sheet. But yeah, so there's 20 of these little iron, not iron. What the hell? It's not iron.
Gold.
So yeah, these little gold plates stacked neatly in the box, and then he closes the box, and then he pushes these two identical boxes forward on the table. 200 as agreed. And then he takes. God, how would you transport something like this? I'm just thinking. I think he probably takes like a little chest and starts like very carefully. Again, with the chopsticks, he didn't want to get finger oil on them, like moving the clean feathers into the chest. And he's like, now, as to the matter of the soiled feathers.
And I say, we are certainly willing to sell, but what soiled feathers? And I gesture.
Oh, very nice. Very nice.
And
right.
Cast prestidigitation.
Yeah, so you like, section by section clean the feathers, because I imagine the pile is larger than 1 cubic foot. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So you clean the feathers, and like his eyes just like double dollar signs, and he's like, oh, this is payday for everyone. And he's like, on a trends, let me be upfront with you. I do not wish to mislead you under false pretenses. I have, living out here on the edge of civilization, only a limited flow of currency. I do not have enough wealth represented in liquid form to pay the price we have previously set for all of these feathers. I can take just under half of them for the same price, but you will still be left with the remaining half. Or I will give you as much as I am able up front, send the feathers off. With a sale of this magnitude, I will be able to expand my business, increase my flow of capital, so that in future, when you bring back such rare and fine treasures, I will be able to offer you proper price up front. And of course, whatever I manage to achieve above and beyond, covering my costs in this expansion of my business, will of course be yours, which could be up to the tune of, and again he settles with the abacus, which could be as much as an additional 500 gold. So basically he's proposing that you...
Companions?
He's basically proposing that you give him half of the feathers as an investment in his business, for which you will receive some of its value but not all, and the all will go to expanding his business so that he will be more able to handle ludicrously expensive and valuable items like this next time and in future. Because, like, if you... And this is a hypothetical, right? But, like, if next time what you come back with is not something easily divisible by feathers, but is, like, a priceless work of art that is worth more money than he has... Like, at that point, it's kind of like, well, what the fuck do we do, right? Like, he's like, let's not deal with that. Let's solve that problem now. And then in future, I should be able to handle all of your needs. Because he wants to keep you guys around. You seem like good, loyal customers who he should, establish a strong relationship with. So, is that agreeable to you as a group?
Companions, your thoughts?
I'm not really one for selling expensive items, so I don't think it would be of much use to me.
Okay.
I feel we're already earning as much wealth as we will find useful in this part of the world from the feathers we are selling, and it would be more use to the town and to our journeys if we did let him have it as... Yeah, did let him have the additional feathers.
Or we could hold on to them or something, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, the only danger with that is that, soiled feathers is one thing, but, like, if you trek the feathers through the wilderness with you...
Yeah, no, I'm aware.
That is not going to be good for their long-term value, and, like...
No.
Do you necessarily trust anyone in town to, like, hold them the way a bank would? Though, like, on the opposite hand, like, carrying some of them with you in the wilderness might not be a bad idea. Like, they're the kind of... Actually, Prodigal Son, you know this, right? Like, this is exactly the kind of, like, shit that spirits love to get in exchange for... Like, this is the bread and butter of negotiating with spirits, right? It's like, here, I have this really weird, obscure, very specific supernatural bullshit. Like, I will trade you these feathers in exchange for not killing us, or the ability to breathe underwater, or, a blessing on my 3 sons, or whatever. So, like, keeping some might not be a bad idea.
Yeah. So, maybe we sell half, buy a nice waterproof chest, and call it a day?
Yep. All right. Sounds good to me. All right. So
I was kind of asking the party,
sorry.
but
I couldn't tell. This is one of those
Oh.
it's one of those things that's hard about playing on Skype because you guys can't all look at each other and make it clear you're not talking to me. I will.
And that way as well, Shunmo, that would leave you with more to give the Empire.
I'm just concerned with my share. What you do with yours is your business.
Okay.
Oh,
Well,
sounds like a good plan, Climbs to Heaven.
let's sell half and keep the rest as Spirit Capital.
All right. Fantastic. So you make 1,000 gold pieces up front, just
Damn.
like that. Which splits. So Shunmo's share is not represented in that. Which means that you two and Jisung each make 333, and someone makes 334. So record that on your character sheets. Shunmo,
Okay.
if you note down, I don't know how you word it, but basically your share of the feathers value 500 GP, because that's how much your quarter is worth in market value, as we have just established.
I reckon Jisung definitely takes the extra gold piece.
Yes, that sounds that yes. I mean, their eventual motivation is to increase their wealth. I think you're absolutely right. And climbs to heaven.
Absolutely.
So is your thought with this chest? Let's talk about this chest for a bit, right? For it to hold all of the feathers you still have, it would need to be like a chest, big enough you couldn't carry it to the wilderness with you.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If you want to carry it to the wilderness, you're going to need several containers. And basically, how much money you spend on them is going to determine how well they're going to protect the feathers.
We do know someone who likes holding on to strange and obscure objects for a long period of time.
You absolutely do. Do you trust her to be able to keep them safe from thieves, and or not do something weird with them? Is the question.
I don't trust her for them to not just get buried under a pile of junk.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Broken Spear might be willing to hold on to them for you if you asked her nicely.
What I'm gonna suggest is how many say individual smaller chests would we need to sort of carry it around?
I'm gonna say, let me just think, because pillow feathers are also just tricky because you can't compress their volume too much, or you start to break them.
Yeah,
and
no,
they
I'm quite
lose
aware.
value. So I reckon it'd be five chests, because five kind of yay big chests of a kind that would be carryable by you as a group, but would be physically inconvenient in terms of encumbering you.
Okay.
Could we
but then,
put
with
them in
5 of
waterproof chests?
Yeah, but then with 5 of them, right? You could start to take some risks, right? You could leave 2 in your quarters, say.
Yeah.
Or whatever, and reduce the inconvenience of them.
Could we get waterproof chests and bury them or something?
Yes, absolutely. That is definitely something you could do.
Yeah.
So, what are you doing? We've talked a little bit about what you could do. What are you doing? What's the specific course of action?
I mean, I assume there's maybe at this particular place we can buy some high quality chests here.
Yeah, the broker's definitely got them. I think they go for well, so here we go, right? The broker has a variety of chests, of varying nicenesses that he uses. They're a part of the instruments of his trade. The question is how much do you want to pay? Which will basically determine what is the degradation rate on the value of the feathers. If you want to pay 25 gold a chest, they'll keep forever. If you only want to pay
I'll do
5
that.
GP a chest, then
No,
maybe wait a bit longer.
25 gold a chest. I'll do that.
Alright, so 125 all up. Yep.
Yeah.
Alright.
Done.
So, note that down, and then five master worked waterproof chests filled with expensive down feathers. And each box worth of down feathers is worth 200.
Okay.
All right, so it sounds like we are done there. We've
Actually,
also...
sorry. Could
Oh,
I
sorry.
pay another?
Yep.
Could I split one of my boxes into two 25 GP, very small, kind of
Yes,
very
absolutely.
delicate chests? Yep. Perfect. So that's another 25 GP.
Yes.
Off.
Yeah, and so so then 2 of the normal size chests and 1 of the small ones just go straight to Shunmo. Because that is representative of the value of her share.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah. So Shunmo, you now have some chests,
Yep.
some very fancy, nice chests filled with feathers that you can take care of in whatever manner seems best to you. All right, I think we're done selling goods. We've kind of half skipped ahead to buy and invest because you did just make an investment. But we're going to go back to step 2 and do this properly. So town actions.
We didn't make an investment.
Oh, sorry, you didn't. My bad.
We avoided.
You avoided making an investment. Sorry, my bad. Okay.
Yeah. So
So town actions. So if everyone has a look at the handout in Roll20, you will see a list of town actions. Because you're taking a short stay, you each get to make 1. So you get to choose 1 from that list.
Okay.
And when it
Well,
says, what's the bottommost option? Someone read it for me, please. It's like, when it says use investment, that includes like go to the weird artifact shop, or visit the martial arts temple or whatever.
Okay. Well,
Prodigal son.
can I sort of look around town and sort of bring up the name? What is it? Just wait. Bring up the name Cormorant's Watch and sort of see
Yeah,
if there's
absolutely.
any
So kind of investigate.
any like
So,
investigate that.
yeah. So go more in deep with that rumor. Absolutely. Yeah. Give me DC 15 charisma persuasion check. I think, George.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna give you disadvantage on this, because like it is a very obscure place and it's like fairly far away from town.
Yeah.
If you know that you know already that it's in the Neuron Fens, that much you know for sure. One thing, like I'll give you this for free before you even roll. What most people say to you is, we don't know a lot about that kind of thing around here. You need to go to Fashuan, which is the town, which is a smaller town that is not part of the Empire, on the edge of the Neuron Fens, where they probably will have much more information about it.
Yeah.
So that's like, I'll give you that for free. That's everyone's advice.
Yeah.
But let's, with disadvantage to see like whether anyone here might actually have heard something. Who even knows? Right,
Okay, so that is 8 with disadvantage.
Yeah, so you that's basically like you get nothing. They're all like, oh, well, like there's cormorants in the river sometimes, and there's a rock we watch them from. I guess, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
No, it's in the Neuron Fans. But you need to go and ask those people from Fashuan. Or actually, so what you do, the one thing I will give you is Broken Spear. When you ask her about it, is like, don't listen to them. Fashuan, they're all a bunch of fuddy-duddies. You want to go to the Exiles Village. That's where all the ones who don't fit in go. They'll know. They'll know what's going on.
Okay.
Yep. Liska? Shunmo, which town action would you like to take?
I'd like to find a place to store these feathers because I'm not going to be dragging them around with me.
That sounds like a very reasonable thing to do. Do you have anyone in mind? Jem.
I was gonna say I'm comfortable doing that if you want to use your action to make a map instead.
Cool. All right.
I was planning on arranging things for the feathers at any rate. So considering that you are the mapper, your choice.
All right.
Yeah, cool.
Let's do that.
Yeah, so can you make for me, Lisk, a geography check sorry, not geography. Use your map, whatever it is, map making tools.
Yes.
And then we're gonna add +1, +1 after the roll.
Okay.
On top, because you guys have visited once. Oh.
I make a very good map.
Very nicely done. All right, I've got good news and I've got better news. Which do you want to hear first?
Let's start with the good news.
The good news is that travel to the Geeling Ridge is now going to be quicker and easier because you have a really reliable map.
Nice.
The better news is that you all get XP because you just unlocked a region. Oh god, the Meat Space group are going to be so pissed when they hear how quickly you guys pulled this off. It took them like 9 sessions to do this for the first time.
Oh my god.
At least 9 sessions.
They're all totally hopeless.
They didn't bring a map maker.
They didn't. No. Which was
Well,
clearly
no, they
their mistake.
did, but they died.
That is true. That is true.
Well, the same thing could have happened to us. That's clear.
Yeah.
Just give me a moment and let me poke around and figure out some XP math. Bear with us, gentle listeners, as I play the accounting minigame of Dungeons and Dragons. Alright, let me see. You are a party of 4 level 2 characters, which means that a medium encounter. Alright, cool. So, you get, as a group, 400 experience points. Ta-da!
Nice.
And that is, I think we're gonna say for something like this, which was accomplished, like with Ji-sung's like presence and participation and assistance. I think we're going to say that Ji-sung also gets a share in that XP if you guys
Okay.
want that.
So that's 100 each.
100 each.
Easier to split.
Yeah, 100 each. I'm gonna. God, where is my piece of paper? I was making notes. I had a little card that I was making notes on, and I've lost it. So I'm just gonna write it down on a random bit of paper. 100 XP for Ji-sung. There we go.
Oh yeah.
Someone send Josh a message on Facebook. He'll be very excited.
How much experience do we need to get to level 3?
900.
Okay.
So you're a little way off here. We'll get there though.
So I just realized, I don't think we did adventuring motivation last session. I don't believe that we did.
I recall doing it once. I can't remember which session that was.
I mean, if we've done it once, it would have to have been last session because in the first session you didn't
okay,
actually
then.
leave town.
Okay.
Yeah.
Certainly.
It was probably just
couldn't-
like it's because at this level it would be negligible XP compared to like killing the God Eagle, so we probably just didn't notice. All right, so
cool.
Gemma, climbs to heaven's town action.
Yeah. So I'm gonna try and find a place to store. Maybe.
I'll give
What does
you
the
that,
party think?
I'll give you that for free. I'm not going to make you spend a town action doing that. I'll let you guys make those arrangements for free as part of a separate economy.
Oh, okay. Perfect. In which case, my town action would be, I'm gonna just go and. Sorry, are other people moving? Is my Skype?
Can you see me moving?
Yes. Okay. No, I just thought for a
We were
second
all
my
just
Skype had frozen.
Now we were all just sitting really still to fuck with you.
Okay. Right. Yeah. No. Okay. I
Like
can
a
definitely see
strange
you moving.
species of tarantula.
Yep. Okay. That's scary, but Okay. So for my town action, I am going to, you know what? I'm gonna return to the school.
Yep.
I'm gonna return to the martial arts school.
Yep.
And I'm gonna ask the teacher there if I can teach the students a traditional dance.
Interesting.
Just that exemplifies the motion of the mountains and the
Yeah.
explosive force behind them.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think.
I
mean, yeah.
And I'll explain that this does have a martial arts application, but I have not learnt it in my role as priest.
Yeah.
But that surely a talented, yeah.
Yeah, so I think like as soon as you come in, Doleful Fist like blushes, very slightly. But she still remembers kind of like your compliments last time. Yeah, and she's very happy to let you teach the students. And in fact, she joins in and like learns the dance as well. And then I think like class is over and the students all head home. And I think the last you see of her as you leave the dojo, yeah, is her like with one of those like wooden Wing Chun training dummies. Like trying to like reverse engineer the martial arts application of it, and figure out what that looks like. Yeah. So I think, having had to think about it over the intervening period of time, I think that mechanically speaking, what the training dojo represents, is a trainer type establishment. Which means that it gives you guys... It basically lets you get training dice. So, Gemma, note down on your sheet. You have a D4 now.
Okay.
1 D4 that can be spent on any dexterity or wisdom-based roll.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna be honest with what I'm going for with this.
You just wanna
I'm finding a talented young... What?
No,
I'm trying to get followers... No, I'm trying to get followers for my cult.
I mean, look, that is also...
I mean, I'm starting with the youth of the town and a influencer of the youth.
Yeah, no,
You know?
you can also totally work on that, but like I'm also going to give you the training dice because you've spent the day practicing martial arts in a dojo with someone who's like, your leg's slightly at it, and she like pokes you in the foot, and she's like, nah, don't turn your ankle like that. It's bad. You learn a little bit. You don't learn a lot, but you learn a little.
Yeah.
And yeah, I might get you to make me a performance check, I think, to see how well this influencing of the youth is going.
Okay.
And then I'll probably set up like a countdown clock for it or something. Very nicely done. All right. Yep. That starts you a countdown clock. That I'll start one for you. Corrupting youth with cults.
That's such a mean way of putting it.
It's a cult, and there's youths in it. That's
it's
fundamentally
less,
corrupt.
It's less a cult and more. I see a lack of monastic order worshipping the mountain spirits here.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not about to take them up and have them inhale deadly gases quite yet.
All right, but yeah, nonetheless, like we'll consider that like. Yeah, you've just started a countdown clock to start trying to cultify the town. Good job. I'm proud of you. I don't think, unless any of you guys have a particular desire to do so, I don't think we need to go back and see Arsung just yet to get more fortunes told. Does anyone ready to change their fortune, or are you happy with the one you got the first time around?
I actually don't recall.
I mean, that sounds like an argument in favor of go and visit the fortune teller. Probably son?
Sure.
I remember mine, and I'm happy with it.
Yep.
But, like, I don't mind. We could go again. I'm always in for some fortune telling.
Climbs to heaven?
I'm gonna stick with my fortune.
All right, cool.
I'm still considering heaven over thunder.
All right, yeah. So I think what happens is, it's just Shunmo. Like you will go into the town square, and again, they're sitting there, old, wizened, shivering ever so slightly in the cold. There's like a tiny little brazier in front of them, and then in front of it the little table and the stool, and they're perched on their potato sack, rice sack. Yeah, and they're like, and I think they see you all coming once you're like a meter away. They're like, yes. Welcome back. What is it this time? You didn't die? I'm very proud of you. Good job.
Technically, no. We're still here.
made a deal with a fucking spirit. Who was it?
At this point, I just burst out laughing.
Their sightless eyes are kind of like scanning meaninglessly across your faces, like. All right. Well.
Not to my memory.
Well, who is it who needs a fortune told? Sit down. Sit down. And then, Lisk, if you would like to roll 2d8 in roll 20, we will choose a hexagram for you. Three and 8. Interesting. 3 and 8. Oh, this is very exciting. This is very exciting. Anyone who watched my GM prep stream will know why I'm excited. Yeah, so they reach down, they toss up the yarrow sticks fall, and they sort them into little piles and figure out what the hexagram is as my computer loads a Word document. And they're like, ah, yes. Water over earth. Holding together. Yes, the waters on the surface of the earth flow together whenever they can. Rivers come together to the ocean. In the same way, society comes together around laws. Fundamental sincerity is the only proper basis for forming relationships. Don't be a fucking liar. Sincerity is like a bowl. An empty bowl. Empty. It's fucking nothing. It's the content that counts. Yes. Sincerity, it's not about clever words. It's about the strength of what lies within. And they stare, like, through you as if there's, like, some kind of deep insight relevant particularly to you as a human being in that statement. Yes. Look beyond the surface. Seek sincerity. Okay, and so, Lisk, if you write this down on your sheet,
Alright.
when you seek to form relationships through, actually, bugger it, we're about to go to break, so actually I'll just copy paste it in there when
Alright.
during break.
Cool.
Alright, so yeah, I think that's town done. That's it. We've just finished our first town phase. Good job, everyone. I'm proud of you all. So if you want to have a little bit of a think over the course of the break about the rumors that you heard either last time or this time, and figure out like what kind of stuff you want to get into today, go for that.
Yep.
Lisk, I'll probably get you to hang around and we'll just level up your character nice and quick. Everyone else on stream, we will see you all in about 5 minutes. Thank you for watching. That's the end of hour 1 for today. Goodbye.
Wait, does this mean an actual sword? She kind of just ran off there.
Yeah, I
You-
could go grab my sword, just...
All right, hello everyone, and welcome back.
Okay, I'm feeling really left out here.
Yeah, everyone's going to go grab their swords. Jammer's going to feel left out.
I don't have a sword.
We've decided we're going to LARP this instead. We're all going to meet in how do you guys feel about Garima Place?
I have a steak knife.
That'll do. But yes, importantly, what you missed during the break, gentle viewers, Shunmo has now leveled up and is now officially has the highest armor class in the party. Good job, Shunmo. And we, I think, are about ready to head out of town. So, just to double check and clarify, so we're heading, we're going to Cormorant's Watch, yeah?
Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Okay, we don't know where Cormorant's Watch is, so
Yes,
I thought we could go
that was going to
to.
be my question.
I thought maybe we could go to Phase 1 and then from there get directions to the Outlaw Village.
Yep.
Phase 1 to get directions to the Outlaw Village to get directions to Cormorant's Watch.
Yeah, that sounds totally reasonable to me. So I'm gonna revisit a question I asked you last time, which I don't remember what the answer was. George, would you like to declare a major quest? Because just based upon the chain of events that was just described to me, it sounds like a major quest is about to begin.
If everyone is okay to go along with it, yes.
Yeah, so just to talk very briefly about the mechanic. Declaring a major quest just means you say to me, hey GM, here is a thing I'm interested in. There's then a separate mechanic for when you recruit the party to go on your wild goose chase. So if you note down in your character sheet somewhere, George.
I'm happy to declare.
Yes. So if you note down somewhere in your sheet, major quest. Find Cormorant's Watch and seek the Forgotten Goddess, or however the fuck you want to phrase it. And then party. Are we willing to help Prodigal Son to carry out his major quest?
Yes.
Yes.
Alright.
I can't say yes without taking out some kind of cosmology check first.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
Are you quickly checking how does the Forgotten Goddess relate to my?
Yeah.
Totally.
I
Go
mean,
for it, Gemma.
So within the pantheon of things, there was dragon creation gods, and then I don't know. I don't exactly know where mountain gods fit in, and I don't know where this person fits in.
Yeah.
So...
Okay. So the mountain gods are beast gods. They are all beast aspected.
Yeah.
Normally the volcanoes are depicted in the forms of great birds.
Okay,
Most of them are charred black, which is why there's always been understood link between the Karasu and the mountain gods.
And why eagle gods in particular are false gods.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But so that's how the mountain that's where the mountain gods fit into cosmology. As to the Forgotten Goddess, give me cosmology to find out. I think I'm gonna give you disadvantage because she is a very obscure figure.
When I say I'm not trying to figure out where she fits in as much as just trying to what's the word I'm looking for? Actually, you know what? I might make this as one of my specialized knowledge checks.
Cool. Go for it.
So I just rolled 16 on my int check.
I mean, it doesn't matter. You don't have to, with your specialized knowledge, you don't have to roll anything. You just ask me the question.
Oh yeah, sorry, that's to replenish it. Yeah. So asking the question, basically, would interacting with this Forgotten Goddess be directly heretical to my faith?
Yeah.
Or is I don't care if she's a goddess, a similar goddess of a different field, a different area, but is she in opposition to the beast gods I worship in particular? I don't care about the rest of the beast gods.
Yeah, I think the answer is no. I think
Okay.
I think you put together like she's clearly, whether or not she is directly bird aspected, right? Like, or like, because she might well be a really old human god. Like it fucking who knows. But like at the very least, she is associated with birds, which is a good sign.
Yeah.
She is like not a mountain goddess, which means she's not like a direct rival to your gods.
Perfect.
There is like I'm not going to get into it, but there is an extant complex of religious belief that relates like swamp and marsh gods to mountain gods, and there's a understood like symbiotic relationship going on there.
Yeah, water flows from mountain, that kind of thing.
Yeah, right. Like water flows down the mountain. It puddles at the foot. The water at the foot of the mountain nourishes the plants. Blah blah blah. Right. And
Okay,
like she
perfect.
is, at least again, as far as anyone can fucking tell at this point, it has some kind of a watery thing going on.
Well, you know what? On the basis
yeah,
of like,
it sounds like a yes,
on-
right? Like it sounds
yeah,
like
on
it's
the
fine.
basis of nourishing the mountains and maybe finding out what's happened to the sleeping mountain gods in this area, I'm gonna say yes. Let's go talk to a forgotten goddess, and I accept this major quest.
Cool.
And I'm sorry to do that to everyone.
All right, I have good news for everyone. Are you ready?
Yes.
Mhm.
Everyone gets 150 experience for agreeing to a major quest.
Excellent.
There you go.
That was easy.
Yep. But now you can't get experience from any major quests until you finish it. Haha! I tricked you. I trapped you. Now you have to follow George around on a wild goose chase.
You already told that to us.
I know. George was my plant all along. This was all part of an elaborate ruse. No, I'm joking.
Like, ever since the open day, you've been
That's
planning
right.
when you
That's
first asked me to.
That's right. Yeah, when I
Playing the
first
campaign.
asked George to play in this game, I said to him, George, I've got a cunning plan. Would you like to be part of it? All right. So I think if you guys have no objections, I think we might say this session. The goal of this session is to get to Fashwan.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Which will mean, among other things, resetting the home base to Fashwan temporarily.
Okay.
Which will mean that like when we finish an adventure out in the wilderness, you won't go back. We won't open again in Iron Springs. We'll open back in Fashwan. If we get there, like if the journey goes miraculously well and we get there 45 minutes from now, we can just advance straight on to the next logical step and go, okay, well the objective of the session is now to get to the Exiles Village. But for now, let's say we're trying to get to Fashwan. That's the goal.
Yeah.
All right, and they can, in fact, in town give you directions. They do know where that is, shockingly.
Yeah.
So if you have a look on the map, you can see where it is. Here is my question. Are you going to go like the Auction Plains way or the Neuron Fens way? Because like if I'm gonna ping the map, right? So if like you can either go like like up that way, this way to get to it through the Auction Plains or the fringes of, or and cross the river early, or you could go like through and up the Neuron Fens and get into it that way.
Okay, so basically the first thing I'm wondering is, obviously my character should know this. How mapped are each of these areas already?
This is all you've got. From memory, I don't think those handful of dodgy maps you found in the curiosity shop, I don't think it was for either of these areas. I think it was for like the Twopi. It was down in the Twopi Hills and then like the Geeling Ridge. So like they're equally
unexplored.
Yeah.
All right, I'll leave it to the others then.
Well, we might want to go on the Ashwin Plains just because they're like plains instead of a swamp. But I don't know.
I'm actually going to say I'd prefer to travel through the swamp, because the plains would leave us very exposed to potentially angry eagle gods. Whereas I feel like traveling through forest and swamp might be a little safer, a
Yeah,
little bit more
concealment
camouflaged.
from the sky. Yeah.
Definitely. And from memory also, Gem, if I cast my mind back,
Oh, I also do have the rumor that
yeah, you've got
demons
the
and
rumor.
worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, demons and worse things roam the Ocean Plains, and honestly, I don't need that. I don't need that nonsense right now.
Okay, well,
I'm trying so hard not to metagame this.
I'm proud of you, Gemma. I'm proud of you.
I reckon you've convinced me, especially with the eagle, the cover
Yeah.
from the sky.
Yeah.
Would
Yep.
be
Perfect.
a good idea. So.
All right, cool. So we're taking the road, taking the Fen road, and we're gonna see how that goes.
Yep.
So, hopefully we all remember this from last time. Let's get back into it. So you leave town at dawn. You head. You basically put your backs to the Geeling Ridge and you head out to the northwest. The northeast. And towards the northeastern fringe of town and the farms along there. And then you journey and you get there easily enough, and then the terrain starts to change. The hills slope down and then stop. And then out from there it starts to roll out quite flatly. And immediately it begins. There's like a thin fringe of forest, of like tall, slender, young, proud pine trees and conifers. But like you make it very, very, not very far at all. Like not even an hour's journey before the ground underfoot starts to get like slightly damp and sloshy and like muddy, and you start to smell like that unmistakable bouquet of like decaying vegetation, and the water level gradually as you travel starts to rise, right, like up until it's like over your boots, because this territory is like flooded woodland. It's like big coniferous trees, some of them like looking worse for wear, some of them like half submerged or just sticking deadly out of the water. And yeah, like water, not particularly high water, but nonetheless just basically water everywhere. You're not wading, but sploshing through the water the whole way. So let's activate the journeying procedure, because we know how to do that. Alright, so are you guys exploring, sneaking, or traveling?
I feel like map work requires something a little bit more delicate than just traveling, so maybe exploring.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So just to
Liska, why do you have a knife?
That's the sword.
Sorry, I'll sheath it again.
Yeah, so listen, to speak to that, you have just like intuited a deep truth about the nature of these journeying rules. When you do the mapping stuff in town, if you explored all the way there on the way to a location, you have advantage on that check to map it, because yeah, it means that you took your time and actually figured the fuck out what was going on.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So you're going with you guys want to go with exploring?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep.
All right, we know the direction of your travel on a compass. Cool. All right, so the journeying check for exploring is survival. So I need someone to make a survival check.
Let me have a look at mine. Who has the best chances?
Ideally someone who is proficient, but failing that,
I've got one.
who has proficiency. Someone who has a good wisdom score.
I'll give it a go. I have a good wisdom score, and Prodigal Son sort of feels like if this is my major quest, I may as well sort of lead it and get up on the right foot. So,
And you know what? I'm gonna help with this action.
Yep.
Oh wow. Even with help, it's not so great. So that's a 9 with help.
Not great, my boy.
Oh.
Not great. God, how do you bloody work this device? It looks like I've completely forgotten how to use Roll20 since last week. Give me Give me a moment. So how do you... Alright, I'm going to try this again. Okay, so it's 1 / GM roll. I did it! Yes! Good job,
Thanks.
Luke. Alright, so George is going to be party leader. George, you've given me a check. How we do? Okay.
Yep.
Okay, we got a 9. Good job, team. I'm proud of you.
Really?
Yes, I'm very proud. Alright, so I got good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? No, I've got good news. George, you have a journeying action. So you can spend this journeying action to do any of the following things. You can spend it to gain your bearings and avoid becoming lost, to to locate a secure campsite for resting, or to double the chance of an encounter for 1 march. If you wanted to do that for some reason.
I think not getting lost, since we're in a sort of swampy area, that could get bad pretty quickly if we got lost.
It's worth mentioning you don't have to spend it like at the start of the day. You can hold on to it.
I think I'll hold on to it for now.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Cool. All right, fantastic. Yeah. All right. So you guys travel on through the beginning of the day. Yeah, you travel on. It's really, honestly, it's actually really boring and kind of like mind-numbingly depressing. Like it's just this same-ish expanse of woodland, rolling on conifers. Most of them, the further you get on and the more the water rises, and it's now kind of like up to about mid-shin. Like, the more just, like, depressingly withered and small and unhealthy looking the trees start to get. Yeah, and there's reeds starting to grow now in between, and everything is just incredibly same-ish. And yeah, you are kind of having to, like, stop and figure out slightly, like, what your bearings are, Prodigal Son, and work out what's going on. You travel on for a couple of hours like this. Oh, yes. Oh, wonderful. You travel on for a couple of hours like this through the same-ish vista of this flooded woodland, brushing tall reeds out of your way, splashing through the water. And then about midday, I need everyone to make a perception check. And Prodigal Son and Climbs to Heaven, you both do this with disadvantage because you were...
is this a visual-based perception check?
It is, so you cancels out for you.
Yeah. I got a 10.
Good job.
Yeah, I got a 10 as well.
Let's see how that is going to fare for you.
But just pointing out, if this is relevant at all, because of my feet alert, I can't be surprised or conscious.
Oh, yeah, that is gonna help you out. That is gonna help you out for sure. All right, so let's roll something. Nice. Okay. I've got some good news for everyone. Yeah, so I think you're definitely the one who sees it first, Prodigal Son. You guys are splashing through the water, and then I think your boot gets stuck in a little like sucky bit of mud, and you have to like pause to pull it out. And for just a moment, as you pause, you hear an echo of another splashing footstep that doesn't belong to any of your companions. And then silence, and then you suck it out and you start walking again, and then you test it, right? And you pretend to have gotten stuck again, and again, yep, just after, there's like a couple of, like, in sequence, there's like a few and you catch out of the corner of your eye, and everyone sees this because they're not being anywhere near as stealthy as they think they are. 5 hunched dark shapes. They're kind of like, they'd come up to about chest high on a human being. They're kind of like wiry and little, and vaguely furry as best as you can see. Shunmo, you got the best result, right? So Shunmo,
yeah,
you can see they're little rat men. They've got the pointed kind of like little faces of rats and beady little eyes, and they've got these little clawed hands, and then weird kind of like non-human, like more rat-like legs and like long tails. They're not wearing any clothing, they're just covered in this thick matted layer of fur. And they have clutched in their little hands, they have, to call them daggers is generous, because that implies that craftsmanship has gone into them. Like, bits of broken metal and or bone that they've just, like, wrapped the skin of dead animals around the handles of so they don't cut themselves. And they're, like, sneaking through the bushes, you know, like, sneaking through the reeds about, like, 30 feet away from you to the other side. They're, like, just watching you.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, so Prodigal Son, you notice this first, the rest of you then see this. What do you all do as these rat demons stalk you through the fens?
I ready my sword and shield.
How far away are they from it?
About 30 feet.
What do you say? Oh, about 30 feet.
Yeah.
That's convenient.
Ooh, that's a plan.
Do I know what kind of languages these rat people would speak?
Actually, yeah. So I mean, let's start with like, because all of you are new to the to the wastes and to the fens. Can anyone who wants to kind of like figure out what these are give me either give me probably folklore, maybe cosmology, theology might cut it. Yeah, let's start with that and then we can go from there. Also, can I just ask, what is your marching order? Who's in the front?
Oh, if I'm doing the explore check, I suppose I'm in the
makes
front.
A lot of sense. All right, so Prodigal Son
with my
is in
staff,
the lead.
and I'm sort of poking the ground.
Yeah, like... Prodigal Son's in the lead, and then who is at the back?
I think I was helping out, so I
you're
must
in the middle.
also be.
Yep. All right.
Yeah.
So Climbs to Heaven is in the middle, and then Shunmo is at the back. All right, cool. That's good to know.
Shunmo, I kind of imagine you like trailing on behind and just like scribbling down little notes constantly on the terrain.
Yeah. But now the notes have gone away, and that's how we know things are getting serious. All right, so anyone who wants to figure out something about like what these things are, give me or like anything of that sort. Give me folklore ideally, or if you don't have it, give me cosmology or theology.
Theology, is that the same as religion?
Yes.
I have good religion.
I'm good at religion. I'm there in the spotlight, losing my religion. All right.
Like I said.
Yeah, indeed you are. All right, so I think you've heard about this before, Shunmo. In fact, I think you might even have encountered it. How old is Shunmo? I don't think we've talked about this yet. Are you like relatively young in the service of the Empire, or are you like in the thick of quite a distinguished career?
I'm about 36.
Yeah. Okay. So like back when you first were sent out on a mission, right? Like 20 years ago. Like you finished your apprenticeship at like 16, quite young, quite impressive. You gained your like certification as like an apprentice cartographer, and you were sent out as like an aide to a more senior cartographer going out mapping another corner of the Empire. And I think it was the last untamed place other than the Wastes. Like it was the equivalent of the Wastes in another geographic direction. You've seen something like this before. this is what happens when animal spirits become like malevolent and like twisted, either just like through the vagaries of life or through demonic chi, and then kind of like pull together bodies for themselves. This is what it looks like when they try and make humanish shapes. There's a reason that the legs are kind of fucked up, and it's because they don't know, they can't quite figure out how to blend the anatomy of a rat's legs and the anatomy of a human's legs in a way that is like aesthetically pleasing as well as functional. So that's what these things are. They're like corrupted rat spirits that like common people would call demons, quote unquote. Yeah. So what are you all gonna do about it? Yeah, they're prowling along with like intent gleams in their beady little eyes.
Well, can we communicate and do a countdown? Be like keep them in our. Can we keep them in our sight while without making it obvious that we've seen them?
Yeah, I mean they're traveling, like you're traveling along, and they're traveling like parallel to you, hunched over in a little bed of reeds. So you can, at least until the bed of reeds ends, you're gonna be able to keep an eye on them.
Well, could we prepare actions that when they
something just
when
fell
they
in the room.
decide when they decide to spring on us, we just.
Okay, so you're just gonna ready an attack action, with the trigger being when they attack us, we attack them first.
Yeah, what do you guys think?
Yeah, basically, I'm gonna have my shield very ready.
Yeah, so it's like you put away your cartography kit, you get your shield down, and you use it to brush the reeds out of the way so they don't touch you. Making a pretense of this is not because I'm ready for battle or anything. Don't be stressed, small rats.
He starts seeing a slight glimmer of a cormorant on the end of my staff.
Very nice. All right, yeah. So you guys ready yourselves. Yeah, and I think it's 2 tense minutes later. You keep hearing the noise of water moving because someone behind you is stepping, and going to flinch and having to hold yourself back because it would give the game away, and so it's really uncomfortable, and the back of your neck keeps pricking because you keep being oh my god, one of them's gonna jump on me and stab me in the back. 2 tense minutes pass, and then this bank of reeds to your left that they've been hiding in comes to an end and dwindles, and there's just clear water, and you see a momentary hesitation in them, Prodigal Son, and then they all kind of look at each other, and you see it out of the corner of your eye, and you're oh, okay, it's happening, and then there's a ah! And they all come leaping out of the rushes and charging towards you, brandishing their improvised shivs. And because you ready actions, each of you gets to make a free attack on them, which is lovely. So I think 2 of them are going after Shunmo. Actually, God, probably. I'm sorry, Liska. They're cowards. 3 of them are going after Shunmo. They're hammer and shield. Oh God, deal with this one first. So 3 of them are going after Shunmo. And then one of them each are going after the 2 squishy looking priest humans, who they assume will be easier prey. So who wants to take that readied action? Actually, no. So we're gonna roll initiative, and then we're gonna treat this as a surprise round, because that's effectively what it is. So if everyone goes into roll 20 and rolls initiative, and then we will get this party started.
That's what I call a good initiative.
Jesus.
So far, so good.
Oh man. We're doing okay. Okay, so we got 25 for Prodigal Son, 22 for Climbs to Heaven, and 8 for Shunmo, and a 3 for the very surprised rat demons, who did not at all expect that this was how things were going to go. This is not what they anticipated. They don't like it very much. Yeah, so first person who gets to go
surprise
round
round
is Prodigal Son.
Okay. I'm just gonna swing my staff around, and as the rat demon sort of leaps into me, sort of detonate the Eldritch blast into him.
Dead in its face. Ooh, nasty.
Yeah, dead in its
nasty.
face.
Yeah,
I'll
nice.
roll that.
Yeah, give us a roll.
13.
13 is a hit on their armor class. They've got like nothing. They're very unarmored and helpless before you. Yeah,
And now my Eldritch blasts get the charisma modifier because I got the invocation for that. So
very nice. Let me just see if I can't. You may have to add that manually. I'm just gonna quickly see.
I added
you did
my
it.
charisma
You
modifier.
added it to the macro.
Yeah.
George, I'm so proud
So,
of you. Oh, I'm so proud of
8
you.
force damage.
8 force damage. Nice. So the cormorant like swooshes out of the end of your staff and like just slams into the face of this startled rat demon as it's charging out at you, and it lifts it off the ground, and the rat demon like collapses down on its back in the mud, and you can see like half of its face is just like gone, like, and you can see like mud, this slurry of like mud and like little rocks and like rotten reeds just sloughing off to reveal this like long piece of wood that, if you were generous, looks vaguely like a skull.
Is it going? It's not going to get back up. Or...
and it immediately starts like scrabbling and like gets back up. It's not dead. But yeah, it's now missing like half of the physical form it's built for itself has just been blasted away.
Okay, cool.
Doesn't seem to be having a good time. And that was 8 points.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool. All right. Climbs to heaven.
So, what I do is, seeing that 3 of these rat demons are charging towards a companion of mine.
Yep.
So grabbing out my dagger, I just slice at my hand and point at them, casting Bane.
Ooh,
so
very nice. Very nice.
Yeah. So yeah, they're gonna need to make a charisma saving throw.
All right, let's get 3 charisma saving throws. Oh, it's not gonna go well.
DC 13.
That is a failure. That is a failure. And that is a failure. So describe to me, like, how do we, in the television show, how does the audience tell that the Bane effect has, like, been successful? Like, what does the magic look like as it, like, rolls off you and settles onto them?
So I think what happens is that sort of 3 drops of blood hit the ground.
Oh, nice.
And it kind of passes through the ground like a pulse. And just each of the rat demons just like seem to falter a step.
That is cool as shit. I love it.
Yeah. Also very subtle. I have very subtle magic, I think.
Yes. Yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I'm just taking some notes. Rat demons, yeah. Bane.
So,
and
yeah, they gotta roll a d4 on attacks and saving throws and subtract it from their total.
Yep. That's probably some. That's climbs to heaven.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Alright, cool. Yep, Shunmo, it is your turn.
Alright. So I've got, so do I still have 3 of them coming at me?
Yep. You have 3 of them coming at you, but they're going to be slightly less effective than they might be otherwise.
Okay. Shit, I'm gonna... I don't know, I want to be, like, covering myself with my shield like this, but have my sword kind of out the front.
Yeah, so do you... I mean, to talk a little bit about the design aesthetic of D&D, like, it is assumed that your character is always actively trying to defend themselves. That's what So your armor class doesn't just represent the fact that you've got chainmail and a shield, but also that you're actively using it. If you want, you can take an action instead of attacking to is dodge Gemma that's called? Yeah, you can basically
yes.
take an action that is just like concentrating on defense and doing nothing but blocking and defending yourself, which makes you harder to hit. But it also means that like the number of foes is not going to drop. And right now you're probably, and actually, so to go back to that memory, so I think as they're coming, you're like bracing yourself. You go like shield comes up, sword comes out, and you flash back again to the last time you were out on the frontier and like the first time you saw spirits like these. I don't think these past ones were rats. I think they were like weasel spirits or something, right? Like, but you remember seeing your master like hit one with their blade and then send like a pulse of magic down it, and just like the thing just like exploded. Yeah, these are definitely vulnerable to your divine smite.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna save that divine smite for now and focus on the one that's particularly injured.
So that one is attacking Prodigal Son. It's not attacking you.
Oh right. All right. Okay. So I've just got 2 on me. All right. Then I'm
so
gonna.
there are 5 in total. There are 5 in total.
Oh, there are 5. Shit.
3 are on you, and then 1 on each of the others.
All right. I'm gonna focus my divine smite down my sword.
Yep. So you don't have to declare divine smite until after you make the attack rolls, because otherwise.
Okay.
So yeah, which means that you don't have to worry so much about wasting it. Yeah. So if you roll a longsword attack, and we'll see how that goes, and then we can smite things divinely from there. Hey! All right. So that is a successful hit. So if you click on the bold word longsword underneath, it will roll how much damage you're going to do. 6? Nice. Alright, so the demon is like pressing in. I think it's the one that's in the front. Like it's pressing in kind of like slightly too fast and over eager in an attempt to like beat its comrades. And I think it falters, it misses a step, and it just like dips slightly, and you just like lash out and manage to take the blade like up across its chest. And there's like this thin raking line and like this gush of like dirty, mucky swamp water like out from the hole. Are you going to use your divine smite?
Yes.
Alright, so roll 3d8. And you're going to do that much additional damage.
Oh. Okay.
Nice.
Bellissimo.
Very cool. And what does that look like? Like when you use your divine smite, like what does that look like?
It looks like almost finger-like rays of light wrapping around the blade of the sword as if to carry it forward.
Cool.
Bright yellowish orange. And then the entire thing flashes as it strikes.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, so it's like you hit the thing, the sword flashes, there's this thin raking line across its chest, and there's like this little spew of water, and then there's like a cracking noise as inside, like the wooden frame that passes for a skeleton, like the spine bit like cracks and like half breaks, and the thing lets out this squealing of pain. And kind of like flinches back a half step before then. And so I think we're going to start with the ones that are on you, Liska, because they're the angriest, as the rat demons take their turn. And so basically, just all 3 of them
Wasn't that
pile. George, sorry?
Was that a surprise round?
You're right, that was a surprise round. I apologize. They don't get to do shit. George, it's your turn again. You're right.
Okay.
Make sure you remind me of these things.
Well, as the rat demon I already blasted is getting up.
Yep, it's like
Bam! Again.
Down on it. I'm not gonna be a dick and give you disadvantage. I mean, it is technically prone and you're technically making a ranged attack, but I'm not gonna be a dick because that makes no fictional sense. So fuck that rule in this moment. Make that attack roll. Give us another Eldritch Blast. That's
13.
That's still a hit.
And then 14 damage.
Shit. Very nicely done. So you don't kill it. But it's like, I think the bird like hits it in the chest, and just like half of its torso like it's like the animating spirit of the creature that was like holding together the form is just like blasted away, and so like this massive portion of its chest just caves in and like melts off it, exposing this kind of like really shitty, pitiful attempt at like it's like a stick, and then it's got like some tiny little like bits coming off it, like that vaguely suggest the impression of ribs, but like a bunch of them have also been like snapped by the passage of the cormorant, and this thing is now like limping its way like desperately back up to its feet, trying to like scamper towards you with like desperate anger and fear in its eyes. It's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. Climbs to heaven.
So the one that's coming at me.
Yep.
I say to it, recognize your place, spirit. And it's a DC 13 wisdom save I need it to make.
All right. It's pretty dumb. Pretty dumb rat spirit. All right, so it takes 4 points of damage.
Yep, and it has disadvantage on its next attack roll.
I think it sees your priest's robes. Like you say that to it, and it sees your robes, and it like for a moment it is reminded of like the proper way of things as like a very, very minor like animal spirit. And for a moment there's like a flinch of hesitation of like, oh god, are you about to like compel me? And then it realizes that you can't, and it's like kind of working its courage back up tentatively, but it's still kind of like slightly concerned that that's about to happen. You get the impression it's been exorcised before, and it didn't enjoy the experience. Shunmo, it is your turn.
All right. So how many do I have remaining
You've
coming
still got
at
3.
me?
You've like badly wounded this one, but it is still standing.
All right. I'm gonna finish it off. Yeah.
You press the attack. Go for it. That is a hit.
Cool.
So if you click the bold longsword bit again, it'll do your damage, and we will see how we do. 7. Oh boy. All right. Yeah. So you're cutting into it. I think this time like you lash out with the sword, and you like half chop through like its attempt at a thigh, and so like the blade goes like sinks like into and through the mud of its leg, and like halfway through the stick twig bone, and like you twist the sword as it comes out, and it like cracks it, and like immediately that leg kind of like stops totally working, and there's this like gushing of like swamp water down onto the ground, but it's like limping and staggering on, unless you want to spend that second divine smite. It's up to you. It might be worth saving, like putting it
I don't think it's gonna do much damage like that for the moment. I'm gonna save it.
That's fair. All right, rat demon turn. Let's fucking do this. All right. I'm gonna start with you, actually, prodigal son. Yeah, so this like desperate limping rat demon, like missing half its side, missing like a chunk of its face, is like claws its way back up to its feet and like leaps on you with its shiv raised high. Is an 18 a hit on your armor class?
Yeah, that's a hit.
Right. Yep. Sorry.
6 damage. As it hits me and damages me, as my reaction, I'm going to use Hellish Rebuke.
George is good at role-playing games. Yeah, so I think, it flings itself on you, and it, and it, buries the shiv, up to the hilt, in your side,
and then,
between the ribs,
and
then...
What the Hellish Rebuke looks like is this sort of black, sort of, feathery sort of sludge stuff sort of oozes up the blade and onto this sort of feathery tide oozes up onto the rat demon and sort of
wraps around it.
Him.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah. So he has to make a dexterity check, which is a DC 14.
He does indeed. And he gets a crit. He crits that
I don't know what a crit. So it halves the damage normally.
All right, so in this case, it's going to take...
I don't know what a crit...
In this case, he's going to take a quarter.
called it. Okay, I'll
Yep.
roll that. I think I can just do this.
You should be able to, yes.
Okay,
10
so
for you.
that's 10 normally, so 2.5.
Yeah, all right. I'm gonna give it to you rounded up.
So 3 damage.
Yeah. So he takes 3 damage. So like, it's incredible. It's like you're like he like stabs the blade into you like right up to the hilt. And you like let out like a bit of a noise. I presume. And yeah, and just like instinctively, just like this like fan of like black burning feathers like out at it. And it like manages to like fling itself back and dodge, and then like is immediately like starts to come back in to get you again. And it's like it's still up. It's clinging to life with all of the like bastard determination of an angry cornered rat. All right, second rat, which is coming after climbs to heaven with disadvantage. Is the 16 a hit on you? Climbs to heaven.
16 is a hit on me, yes.
Yeah, so I think it's like it's hesitating. It like comes in, it like makes like a half-hearted swing, sees that you're not doing anything to exorcise it, and its eyes just like go like savage and feral, and it just like lashes out. And the blade rakes across like your stomach for 7 points of damage. And it like And then it was Shunmo's turn. Alright, so 3 of them are on you. Starting with the
I'm gonna...
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish,
No, so it's their turn, Lisk. It's not your turn right now.
Oh shit, sorry.
It is time for the pain.
Yeah, to be fair, you did say it was Shunmo's turn, so...
Did I? Oh shit, I'm sorry.
That's
I'm sorry.
where the confusion
No,
would have... Yeah, that's where the
on you.
confusion would have
It's
come
your-
in.
Yeah, it's your turn to be attacked. Yeah, so one of them is on you, and just misses. Like it lashes out with its little bone shiv, and it just like hits your armor, and like the tip breaks off. Because they're really not very good quality weapons. Yeah, a second one like lashes out, and its knife just like glances along your armor with this like noise. And then the third one lashes out and just like, and you just like parry it with your sword. You're like, whatever. This is like, I have fought apprentices who were more competent than you, ancient spirit. Like, what the fuck?
This is much more fun than last time.
Yeah, I know, right? And then we come back around to the top of the initiative order.
I just realized that because of the AC of 19, they'd need to get a nat 20 to have been able to hit Liska.
Yes, they would. Yeah, so back around to the top of the initiative order. Prodigal Son.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna blast it again. I'm like, this thing's gonna die eventually.
I've heard much worse plans. Yeah, definitely.
Yep, that's definitely a hit.
That's a hit. That's a hit and a half.
And 7 points of damage.
All right, cool. George, what does it look like when Prodigal Son not only destroys the body of this creature, but also destroys the spirit inhabiting it? What does that look like?
Well, it's kind of like, from the rat demon's perspective, it's kind of like, I'm getting this blast ready, and I fling it down, and then it's like a small fish at the bottom of sort of dark reeds or something, and
like
it's the feeling his spirit has the feeling as a shadow passes over him, and then his soul is like plucked by a long thin beak from his body out.
Love it. Yeah.
To somewhere else.
Note to self: one soul taken by the forgotten goddess. All right, good to know. Yeah, and it just like, yeah, I think it's like the cormorant like dives out, doesn't actually attack it, just like the beak goes like
pluck something from the body.
It swoops down, and then it like flies off and dissipates, and just like the body holds its cohesion for a moment, and then just sloughs off and collapses, and like the fur all like falls away in clumps of rotten reeds, and like the flesh all gives way just to mud, and there's just this like really crappy bone skeleton, just like, sorry, not bone, wooden skeleton just lying there. Climbs to heaven.
Cool.
You know, how am I going to do my vicious mockery this time? I think, you know, just having been stabbed by it, I kind of just glare at it, I glare at it with priestly disapproval.
Yep, love it. All right, so that was wisdom save.
Yep, wisdom save.
That is not a success.
No.
All right, so it takes another 4 points of damage. Yeah, I think. Yeah, and I think again we see like a flashback to it and the priest like looking down at it with a very similar look as he like shakes the Sasaki branch and the holy water falls onto the body of the child it was inhabiting, and it within the child it's like ah! Yeah.
You know, I've got to say, I just like that. I disapprove of people to death.
Yeah.
I
Beautiful.
demoralize people to
beautiful.
death.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Shunmo, it is your turn. You may now
Alright.
attack a rat demon.
Alright, will do.
You going after the injured one again?
I'm actually gonna go after one of the others coming at me.
That sounds like
Yeah.
a totally valid plan.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright.
That is a hit.
This is too easy.
Yeah, okay, so six slashing damage. Fantastic. And do you want to use your second Divine Smite on it?
No, I'm just gonna do a normal hit, see how it goes.
Yep, cool. So I think it's it's like coming it's like it finishes its like attempt to like lash out and its blade like rakes across your armor and you like just like stab it in the back as it like tries to recover, and you pull the blade out and this like little spurting geyser of like disgusting filthy mud swamp water goes bloop, bloop, and burbles out, and it just spins around. It's like ah! And with that lovely mental image, we are going to take a 5-minute break. So we're gonna join us in 5 minutes, please, to see Revenge of the Rat Demons, the incredible comeback. I don't think so. See you all then. Since we're in the middle of the stream and we are on break, I would just like to say, for any of you out there watching, I have a Patreon where I am supported by some lovely people who are interested in this show and also in the game design that I do. So thank you to Kafkazor for backing me on Patreon. I appreciate it a lot. And any of you watching the show right now who would like to get on that bandwagon, patreon.com/gamesfromthewildwood. Right now, the sample playtest preview for my micro game Across the Endless Sea is currently up on there, and some other cool goodies. So I hope to maybe see you there. Otherwise, have a good 5-minute break, y'all. I will see you in a minute.
And the display picture has a picture of a dog, so like, how can I resist? Sorry.
All right, no, don't worry about it. All right, guys, coming back from break, Lisk has been bidding on eBay. I've been interrogating people about their character choices. Welcome back for hour number 3, as the rat demons fling themselves into action. And yeah, given where we left off, with Shunmo stabbing a rat demon, I think let's pick up with Shunmo getting attacked by more rat demons. So
Okay.
we got an attack from 1. Oh my! All right, so that is a critical. That is a critical miss. That is a fumble, which means Lisk, that you get to make a free attack. So basically,
Oh my god.
one of I think it's the one you just stabbed. Like you shove your sword through its back. You pull it out. This burbling thing comes out. It spins around and like lunges at you and just leaves itself completely open for you to just like. Whoosh.
Does anybody want some chocolate?
Oh,
I'm
yes,
good.
please, I'd
I'm
love
fine.
some. I'd love
Oh god,
some.
this is a Skype.
Do you
Oh,
want
Skype
some?
call.
Do you want some Zappos, Gem?
So-
just need
Yeah,
to...
sure.
Yeah, so
I'm gonna
let's-
steal some Zappos off you tomorrow.
Here you go.
Yeah, so Lisk, if you roll an attack, because you get a free longsword attack on it,
Yeah.
because it messed up so bad. Nice, you are fine. It is only the right hand column. All right. So it's I think it's you managed to like rake your sword across its chest. It doesn't go as deep as you maybe would like, but it recoils. It's like driven back by that. It doesn't manage to get into your face and get at you. The other two, while you're distracted, are coming in and trying their best to mess you up. We have another miss, and oh my god, we maybe have a hit. In fact, I think we do, because it's 1d4, isn't it, Gemma? There's no way that can take it below the armor class.
Yep, that's correct.
All right, so I think so. A second one comes in. So I think it's like you've just lashed out with a sword against the chest of one and driven it back. A second one comes in and you manage to block it with the shield, but that leaves you with both hands occupied. And the third one, the worst injured of them, just comes in and like rams the shiv up, like under your sternum and like into your chest, all the way up to the handle. Because this is a critical hit, and you take 12 points of damage.
What the?
As it just like
I'm alive. I wouldn't have been previous level.
Previously, yeah. And yeah, so don't forget, in your turn, instead of attacking, you can take your action to. That's a thing you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So that's that bunch of rat demons. The one on Prodigal Son is no longer an issue. Distant off-screen screaming. Yeah. And then the one that's coming after Climbs to Heaven rushes in, but at the last moment you like turn and give it that like stern priestly look, and it like falters and falls back. And then we're back up to the top of the initiative order. Prodigal Son, now free to do your own thing.
Okay, well, I see my friends in trouble, and I'm like, well, I don't know, I'm not so great at combat against large numbers of enemies. So I'm just gonna walk up behind the most injured one. Well, maybe not walk up behind, but from
Okay, so the one that's still withdrawing its dagger from the depths of Shinmo's chest.
And it's gonna get a feathery blast in its back.
Yeah, I think what this one had, I think it like its blade is like a stiletto blade, like it's really really thin, and so it just went like through the holes in your chainmail, and just like. But it has just been struck. Prodigal Son. Oh no! Yeah, so I think you come and you position yourself. You go to fire at that one, and one of the others blindsides you from the side, because you're not paying attention.
Okay.
Is a 20 a hit on you?
Yeah, definitely.
Minus a d4.
Minus a d4, thank you.
It's still a hit, like it can't miss.
Yeah, okay, so a 17 still a hit. Yeah, so you take 4
I'm just
points
checking.
of damage. Yeah.
I'm just checking if I can I hellish rebuke?
Yes.
Again, yeah, I can.
I mean, it might be a question of spell slots, but I mean, otherwise, yes,
No, I
mechanically.
definitely can.
Yeah. So I think, yeah, you're like lowering the staff, you're like gathering the energy, you're not paying attention, and like the one that fell back with the slash across its chest, like just lashes out and like
It's gotten
quickly
up.
scores a line up your torso.
How much damage?
For 4 points of slashing damage.
Oh, 4. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
Ouch.
but
Okay, and then
in response,
I'll hellish.
yeah, cool. I'm kind of picturing it, George, even more like it's like feathery wings unfurling from your body.
Yeah.
And like they like brush it, and where they brush it just like burns.
Yeah. Okay.
We've got a pretty good special effects budget on this show, apparently.
It has to make a dex check.
It does. And it gets a critical
Crit.
failure, which means it takes double damage.
Okay, well that's 26 damage.
It is dead. It is just straight up dead. George, describe to us what it looks like when your burning goddess wings seal
the
this
wings
creature from existence.
The wings just spurt out, and it's sort of all there's a the wings sort of conceal it for a moment, and when the wings disappear, there's just like the skeleton has been totally stripped of everything, just a whole heap of black feathers sort of.
I love it.
down.
Yeah, ash wafts down like feathers.
Yeah.
And like the wood is charred and it just like crumbles away. Love it. Fantastic. Right, that's your turn. Climbs to heaven.
I just spilled tea on my laptop. This is gonna be tissues.
Alright, everyone, people of the internet, hang tight with us for a moment, please. Tech support is standing by.
I was about to freak the fuck out.
Okay,
and
you know
the
what?
screen just went black.
Okay, I'm gonna turn my laptop upside down.
Yep, that
But
sounds like
I
a solid
don't-
plan.
I
By
don't
getting
think
to
any
my
god.
address.
Yeah, exactly.
It's very nice.
Wait, by my dress, do you mean my tits? That's very, very rude.
No, it's your tattoo we're all admiring.
It's a
Yeah.
great tattoo. Oh my god, I'm getting it finished next week. I am so excited.
Nice.
Okay. See, I'm gonna do that same spell that I always do.
Yep. Cool.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna roll a saving
Okay.
throw, like I always do.
Cool.
And I
You might as well just.
I fail like I
Yeah, you
always
just roll the saving. Oh, I still gotta roll the damage. Okay. Yeah. I just love how little damage I'm doing as well. If my screen starts to do weird things, it's because I'm taking keys off my keyboard to make sure everything's okay.
Yeah.
So that's
Cool.
yeah. Better watch out, Lisker. I might get into the bidding war on that laptop.
You serious? You gonna fight me over this?
No, I'm not gonna. just if this laptop dies, I'll just quickly log into
Hop
eBay,
on eBay, that's
on my phone and hop on
Yeah, so
eBay.
You
That's
just
okay,
keep...
this isn't
Wow,
a good laptop.
this-
Yeah, so I'm almost picturing it, Gem, like Climbs to Heaven is just like advancing on this rat demon. Like it's just like Van Helsing style, is just like advancing towards it with like this stern expression, and it's like cowering further and further back, as it tries to resist the force of your presence.
That's basically it. That's how I fight demons. I just exist. Okay, I am probably actually showing the world my tits, but it's okay.
100%. Are you trying?
I mean, I wasn't, but I can try.
100% potential.
No, I'm just
distract
trying to
you-
make sure that.
Yeah. To distract the
Yeah,
internet
let's
from
distract the
that,
viewers.
Shunmo, could you please have your turn? Just so that we can all think about something else.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Sorry, all.
There's only 2 of them left on you. One of them has just been like burned from existence by Prodigal Son. One of them is unharmed. The other one is the one with the really deep gash across its chest that you smoked before.
I'm going to. I think I'm gonna heal myself for 5 hit points. I'm gonna lay hands on myself.
Yep. Just for 5?
That doesn't make me more vulnerable, does it?
No.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Okay,
just for 5? Do you want to use the whole 10? Like, because you can split it
I'm
up
gonna
how
use
you-
the whole. I'm gonna
Okay.
use the whole 10 actually.
You regain 10 hit points. Good job.
Yeah.
Proud of you. All right, Rat Demon turn. So yeah, I think it's almost it's like I think there's almost two scenes going on in the show in terms of the way it's shot right now. Like there's this like desperate melee scramble between Shunmo and these two rat demons, and then Prodigal Son just occasionally from the side. And then there's just this like, and then every so often we cut away to like this slow, inexorable stride of climbs to heaven as this rat demon like cowers back and like swipes to try and like drive him them backwards, and fails thus far spectacularly to do so. Yeah, and so it lets out like a "Gah!" and it tries to drive climbs to heaven back again. And fails. It lashes out and it misses. It doesn't want to get close enough to actually connect. Like, it makes the motion, but the blade is a good foot away from your body. And it's like, "Ah! Ah! Stay back." And then two of them are leaping on Shunmo, hacking and slashing, and missing. Yeah. So I think it's like you like do the lay on hands. You remind me, what did we say that looked like?
Oh, I feel like I'm gonna have to invent something new because I don't remember what I said.
That's fine. Look, it's a role playing game. We're good.
All right, it's kind of the same as what I described for my sword, I guess, except it's around my body, and I'm going.
Yeah, cool.
And then like when it's done, my eyes snap open and I look alive again.
Yeah, and then they're both and like as your eyes snap open, they both are coming for you, and but you just don't even care, and their blades just like glance off your armor, and they're like, ah! And then we're back up to the top. It's Prodigal Son's turn. Prodigal Son, I can't hear you. You've been struck mute by the goddess. I'm sorry.
Well, guess what I'm going to do next? I wonder.
Let me take a
if you
wild
can...
guess. Are you about to turn on Detect Magic and start searching the scene for treasure?
Maybe. I was thinking more in the lines of maybe like casting Eldritch Blast on a rat demon. I'm not really sure.
All right, that's fair. Which of the rat demons are you going for? Are you going for the uninjured one, the injured one, or the one that is being smote by the presence of Climbs to Heaven?
I'll go
I prefer
for the
term.
injured one.
I prefer the term psychically abused.
Christ.
I'll go for the injured one. So
sounds like a solid plan.
Yeah, that's a hit.
For
and that's 8 force damage.
All right, describe to me what it looks like when you finish this poor creature off.
Another one.
Yep.
Okay.
Kill stilling. Everyone kick him out of the party.
I don't know, it's kind of similar, I'd say, but what's happening is, right, you're casting Lay on Hands, and the rat demon's sort of like, at you, like, hitting against the armor, and then, like, you got your eyes closed casting Lay on Hands, and then you just feel like a puff of feathers against your face, and you open your eyes, and there's, like, no rat demon there anymore. And you look down on the ground, and there's just another
and then just like a wooden skeleton. Yeah, and then we the audience kind of like pivot from that. Like we see the feathers like hit Shunmo's face, and we like pan down momentarily, and then we pan back up, and we catch just like the last part of the flight of the spirit cormorant before it like just fades out. Yeah, nice. Cool. All right, that is your turn. Climbs to Heaven. What are you doing?
I think you know what, this isn't really worth making a sacrifice of.
Fair. Very fair.
I continue to intimidate the rat.
You continue to drive the foul creature back. How do we do? I can't see. Right, wisdom.
2 damage. I don't know what the wisdom.
Yeah, so it fails again. I think. Yeah, so it's just I think it's cowering like further and further back from you, just like desperately and hopelessly retreating. Shunmo, it is now your turn.
All right.
Only one rat demon is left. It's the one that hasn't been hurt yet.
Mm-hmm.
And it's got that like cornered, desperate, like feral, like look in its eyes, like it's a cornered rat, and everyone knows that they're the most dangerous.
Yeah. All right. I'm gonna take a hit, and we'll see whether or not
We'll see whether or not
I
you hit.
use my Divine Smite.
That is a hit. How's damage?
All right. I'll
strong
save
start.
Divine Smite.
8 is a strong start. All right, cool. Yeah, so you lash out. I think you like rake across like the inside of one of its arms, and like blood water spurts out. If it was a flesh creature, you probably would have like damaged its ability to use that limb, but it does not give a shit because it's just a spirit. Piloting this sack of mud and bone and stuff. Rat demon turn. The one facing you climbs to heaven. Okay. It's gonna. Oh
Yeah.
shit. Oh boy. Let's all be very thankful that you succeeded. Yeah, it like lashes out. It would like it like fear turns to anger. And it like lashes out, and like the blow would definitely have been like really serious if it hadn't like faltered and fallen back at the very last moment because it like didn't want to like touch you. And then it breaks. Its will is broken. It just like it turns and it scarpers. It's off like a shot.
Do I get an opportunity attack
You
against
absolutely
it?
get an opportunity attack. Would you like to take one?
Can I cast a cantrip with that?
I don't think.
Can I yell at it?
I don't think vicious mockery will work in this context.
that-
I think it would
that's
need to be
fine.
something else.
Yeah, you need a feat to be able to use spells.
Yeah, no, I'm joking. I'm joking about yelling. Get off my lawn.
Get off my lawn, Sonny Jim.
But you know what, though? I am going to strike at it with my sacrificial dagger, I've decided.
Nice. That is a hit.
That is a hit, and... By the way, for the sacrificial dagger, I'm just using short sword stats.
Yep, totally reasonable.
I think
Totally
an obsidian
reasonable.
knife makes sense.
Yeah. Works for me. 6. You should probably enter the damage type at a later date. Yeah, so I think you lash out, you like drive the blade into its back, it bites deep, it comes out, again, there's this gush of water, but then it's away, it's like wading away. I think it drops down onto like hands and knees, and is like half swimming, half crawling away, leaving this like trail of slightly brackish, like muddy trail of like blood in the water behind it as it goes. Shunmo, it is your turn. Only one rat demon remains, and you are engaging it in melee.
Alright, let's go. Attack!
That is a hit.
For 7 damage.
7 damage, very nice. Yes, you lash out again, the blade bites deep, a gush of brackish swamp water spews forth, but it's still standing, it's still baring its teeth and snarling at you. You probably could finish it off if you use Divine Smite, I think.
I'm not going to.
That's fair, that's fair. Yep, alright, rat demon turn. It lunges for you. It's coming in. It wants some revenge for the death of its friends. But it's not gonna get it. I think it comes lunging in, but like it's now the only one fighting you, and it doesn't have its friends to keep you distracted. And the disparity of length between your longsword and its dagger is now becoming very evident as it lunges in and then falls short and stops the attack because it doesn't want to run onto your sword suicidally. So it balks at actually attacking you. It's like, okay. And it is now just like circling, kind of like watching you really intently for an opening. It's waiting for a mistake, and then it is going to drive that blade into your ribcage and puncture a lung and make you bleed like the mortal you are. That's its internal monologue. Prodigal son.
Okay, well, it's gonna get another
Cormorant goddess.
blast. But this time I'm just like
Yeah. You're like, for
Stupid
fuck's
waste of
sake.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yep, that's a hit.
That is a hit.
10 points of damage.
Nice. Yeah, it's very, very close. Like I think the cormorant slams into it, and it just it starts to melt very slowly and fall apart. Like bits all over are kind of starting to fall and slide off it. And it's just holding on to its coherence out of sheer spiteful determination. Climbs to heaven. I can't hear you, Gemma. You've been muted by the goddess.
So the one that's crawling away from me, can I still see it?
I think you can, yeah.
Yeah, I take a few steps forward and I say something like "return to the swamp from whence you came" or something.
Yeah.
Very dramatic like
that. Yeah, and it you see it flinch, but it's still crawling. Like it's still got itself together. And then I think you do see it. Like it flinches and it keeps on crawling like a couple more steps, and then it sloughs off its physical form, and you just see a ripple move through the water away. Shunmo.
Alright.
Yeah, this decaying, falling apart, parody of a rat demon shape is shambling after you with its shiv. What do you do?
Let's finish it off.
That is not a hit.
Oh shit. I've been doing well so far.
You've been doing, statistically, you've been doing improv. I mean, they also have really low hit points. You've been doing pretty well. Yeah, I think. Look, I think you give it the opening and it goes for it. I think your sword blade dips for a moment and you leave exposed as an opening, and it rushes in at full speed to drive the blade home, but then your shield manages to come up and and it falls back again. Very frustrated.
Phew.
Prodigal son.
I'm just sort of roll my eyes slightly at the other two because I'm like,
God, do I have to do everything?
and then blam, here we go.
Soft bullet with the Eldritch Blast. That's a hit.
Yep, and 7 force damage.
Yeah. So again, the bird comes out. It swoops. It dips slightly. It comes back up, and the rat demon sloughs off and collapses.
Cool.
And that is the end of that combat encounter. Well done, team.
Wow.
You've done very well. I'm proud of you all.
Awesome.
Good job. And now I'm going to very quickly consult and see how far you traveled today. You are exploring. You made it. You made it.
So,
okay, so you make it 12 miles. Yes, Jem.
I'm just going to take this moment to apologize to the party, as well as to anybody on stream. I did not mean to flash you. Just trying to clean up my laptop. But I hope you enjoyed my tattoo, because that's what I hope you were all looking at, okay?
Yes.
Tattoo is going to become a major euphemism.
Sorry?
Accidental licentiousness on this stream. That's, look, that's how we're going to bring in the viewers, guys. We got to commit. Alright, so, after this encounter, you travel on without incident for the rest of the day. Just still on through this endless expanse of, knee-high, sludgy, horrible water, and these trees. You make it about 12 miles. It's slow going. You're traveling at a low enough speed that Shunmo can both walk and also record landmarks. Prodigal Son, are you going to spend that journeying action to find a campsite?
Yeah.
Right,
After
cool.
that encounter, I think that would probably be best.
Yeah, so I think you managed to find
I'll do
a really large tree stump. Like, it looks like the remnant of some, like, ancient, enormous tree that grew here, like, an age ago. And, like, what's left of it is, like, 30 feet in diameter. Like, there's a massive trunk. It snaps off about 40 feet up into the air. And it's kind of like, you can see, like, a little hole in the bole of the tree. And so you're able to kind of, like, worm your way inside and light it and kind of, like, make camp there for the night. So, let me ask the following questions, as always. So you do have a secure camp. Do you make the camp hidden? Do you, like, take the time to kind of, like, go and gather some brush to put in front of the entrance so that no one else will see it?
This seems like, I mean, I know compared to the goats, those rat demons were a piece of cake, but it just kind of seems like a more dangerous area in general. I'd be inclined to do that.
Yep. What? Oh, that's very cute.
But when Jodie comes back in, you have to show that to her.
Alright, so, yeah, okay, so we're making it hidden. Are we lighting a fire?
Sounds like
Yep.
fun.
We're in the middle of a swamp. We are lighting a fire.
Are
Yeah.
we heating up proper hot food?
Sure as heck are.
Are you keeping watch?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Alright, so...
I'll keep watch first.
If it's hidden though,
Well, yeah, so there is a question there, right? Like, if you're making it hidden, do you need to do both? How paranoid are you?
Not particularly, I think.
Nah, we'll be fine.
Alright, so no watch?
okay.
No
No
watch.
watch.
Alright, so someone is going to be vulnerable to fatigue. Who is it? It seems to me that the most likely candidate is probably Shunmo, given that they have... You've said that he's the one who's going to kind of, like, do the work of hiding the place?
Yeah, how's everyone's hit points doing?
Well, yeah, that's
I'm
the other
curious.
question, is, like, yeah, is anyone particularly low hit points?
Well, we get a hit dice back, don't we? Just from a long rest.
You're gonna get all of your hit points back on the long rest, but the question of, like, who was in the worst condition when they had to do manual labor may well factor into, like, who's gonna maybe be fatigued.
I'm missing 2 hit points.
I'm missing 10 hit points. So
I was missing 7.
Alright, I'll do it. Yeah.
Alright, yeah, okay, so it's... Okay, cool. Alright, so, can you please give me, Lisk, a Constitution saving throw, difficulty class 15, to resist
Say that again.
fatigue. Constitution saving throw.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Alright, so you do not suffer... Alright, yeah, so you don't suffer anything. You have, like, you sleep deeply and undisturbedly, and you wake the next morning kind of, like, pleasantly, very slightly pleasantly sore. You know, that, like, a couple of days after the gym when it's starting to feel good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You got a bit of that going on. The night passes quietly and uneventfully. Nothing disturbs your slumber. Alright, next day. Prodigal Son, are you leading again as we continue to explore?
Yeah.
Alright, cool. Can you give me a survival check, please?
30 seconds, guys.
Until? Oh.
Until I maybe get a laptop.
Oh, exciting.
Oh, very exciting.
Okay, that's a 16.
That's a 16. Very nice. Cool. Alright.
So is that 2 actions?
Let me just quickly check in a moment when I'm done with... Okay, yep, cool. Alright. So that is... I promise you before the next session, I'm gonna put this stuff up, so you guys can just look it up yourselves, which will make things much easier. So that was a... What did you say, George? 14?
16.
16. Alright, so with 16 you get, I think, just the 1 action again.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
17 is the threshold for getting a second action. Alright, so again, you're going to have the 1. Again, I'm going to roll some stuff. And consult the oracles. Oh, interesting. Does that... cool. So you set out the next morning. You set out the next morning, and things start to become more unpleasant. You're out of the fringe of the forest now, and I think like you're starting to come into like the deepest part of the water your journey is probably going to take you through in this flooded landscape. It's now like well and truly up to knee high. There's like a layer of a couple of inches of mud at the bottom, and so you're like squelching and like wading through it. The reeds around are starting to grow more numerous, but also in the water are many more like fallen, rotting reeds. And so, like, as you walk, they like brush against your legs, like really kind of like disgustingly. And also, because of all of this rotting vegetation around, like insects are fucking thriving. And so, as you walk, just like midges everywhere. Clouds of them hovering over the surface of the water, coming and resting on you, walking over you, biting at you. It's awful. It stinks. There are bugs everywhere, and you're just wading on relentlessly through this misery, and feeling like all of these just disgusting touches against your legs. Could I get someone please to make, in fact, everyone please to make for me perception checks. With
sight-based?
It's not sight-based, and with disadvantage for you, George, because you are focusing on trying to lead a group of people through a swamp without dying. Alright, cool. So, Shunmo, actually, so, Prodigal Son, you see the water ripple around you. You've been traveling for about an hour and a half. The sun is now no longer, like, beginning to rise. It's now, like, in the sky, and, like, it's morning, properly. You see the water, like, rippling around you slightly. Shunmo, you feel something brush against your leg that's, like, dank and slightly slippery. That's not a reed. Climbs to Heaven, you just feel more disgusting reeds around your legs. Everyone roll initiative, please.
This better be not what I think it is.
Well, that depends on what you think it is.
If what's happening is what I think is happening, it better not
Sorry,
be.
let me just correct that quickly on the character sheet. Apologies, gentle viewers at home. Alright, so let's do initiative again. We have 17 for Climbs to Heaven. $16 for the secret enemy. 11 for Shunmo. And a 10 for Prodigal Son. And I think, once again, this is a surprise round. So Climbs to Heaven didn't notice it, so it doesn't get to act. So I think the first beat of this scene is your armor class better than 10, Gem?
Mm-hmm.
I'm very glad. I'm very glad to hear that. All right, very nicely done. All right, cool. Yeah. So, I got good news and I got bad news.
Okay.
The good news is that neither of these attacks hit. The bad news is that both of you definitely now feel like there are two creatures in the water. They're like about that thick. They're about 2.5 feet long, and they've both just tried to latch horrible toothed mouths onto your legs and gnaw at you. They haven't had any luck, but you don't feel like they're gonna stop. So that was the giant lamprey turn. Shunmo, it's your turn. There's a giant lamprey trying to bite your legs and suck your blood.
Oh, fuck.
Isn't this game...
Okay.
Isn't adventuring fun?
Okay, a lamprey. That shouldn't be too hard to fucking dice.
I mean,
Right.
it is in the water, and you can't see it particularly well. So, like...
It's trying to latch onto my leg.
It is, but it's, like, it's not just, like, they're nibbling, right? Like, it's like, weaving between your legs and, like, trying to get on them. But yeah, if roll an attack and we'll see how it goes.
Okay, can I, like, jump up and down? Like, as a measure of defense and attack?
I don't think so, because the water is, like, knee-high.
Okay.
So I don't think that's going to be particularly effective.
Okay. Let's see. Anything else I want to do? Yeah. No. I'm just gonna attack.
Should hit with your sword. It's a good plan. Oh no! Oh no! Let me figure out what this looks like.
Shit.
It should climb up the sword.
That makes no sense. Okay, so I think what happens is you stab, and you commit to the stab, right? And like you've accidentally stabbed down into like a small sinkhole in the mud, so that instead of your blade stopping, at the ground that your foot is standing on, it just keeps going in, and your arm goes a little bit into the water, and then just it tries and nips at your arm. Very thankfully, like it lashes out, it goes for you, and you are very, very fortunate that it goes for the chainmail section of your arm, not the fleshy one. It's a very close thing, and you manage to like pull your hand back out of the water. Whoa, that's enough of that. Prodigal son.
How far are we from the shore, would you say?
There is no shore. You're in a
There is no
forest.
shore, okay,
There
it's
is
just,
no,
yeah.
Like, you could climb a tree.
I'm just thinking.
That would be... That's the closest thing to a shore there is, right? Is you could climb up into a tree. But, I mean, look, if you want to give me, like, a perception check to try and find, like, a little hummock nearby that's out of the water, like, that would be... I would let you do that. That would be fair.
How, like, do I think I will be able to hit the one in the water? Like,
oh, God, yes.
is it?
Cormorants are fishing birds.
Like, no, but I was just... I can't see where it is very well, so...
Look, you can see the ripples. You have a general idea of its location. And, like, the cormorant spirit is not without its own, vague volition.
Well, I think I'll just dip the tip of my staff into the water, and then...
Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Yeah, give us that attack roll.
Ooh, only a 10.
Only a 10. A 10 is not a hit. Yeah, so I think we see like a rippling rush under the water as the cormorant like shoots out, and then it like breaches about 30 feet away, empty-handed, and then just dissolves.
Okay, cool.
Back up to the top of the initiative order, climbs to heaven. There is a giant lamprey trying to bite your legs. What do you do?
I'm not fond, in particular, of giant lampreys.
Interesting. That's very strange to me. I don't understand, but okay.
I mean, as far as fish goes, eel isn't my favorite, is what I'm gonna say.
That's fair.
I don't like eel. I cast Dissonant Whispers.
Technically, they're not eels, but okay.
I mean, if... Look, I haven't ever eaten lamprey, but I imagine it's gonna taste like eel.
That's fair.
And Climbs to Heaven doesn't like eel.
Right, that is a failed wisdom saving throw from the giant lamprey.
Perfect. It takes 3d6 damage.
Yeah, it does.
And the way this looks is it just looks like I'm kind of madly muttering to myself about the natural order.
Yep, cool.
Because that's about my...
Could you roll the damage for me?
Yeah, I can roll the damage.
Yeah. I want to give you agency over the damage, so if it's low, no one blames me.
Okay.
Okay, so describe to me what it looks like when this giant lamprey is killed by your weird muttering.
I think I'm muttering about like kind of natural order and stuff, and as I do so, it actually starts to come apart,
Yeah, very cool.
as though it's being like physically like pulled apart by strange kind of a strange spirituality. Yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
So it's like I'm disintegrating.
Yeah, it's like so
with
like
my...
it's just like it like we see it like float up and like unravel on the surface of the water as you're just like muttering. Yeah, very cool.
Yeah.
Lamprey turn. The lamprey Shunmo is coming back. It's coming back for more of those delicious legs of yours. It does not succeed.
Why, thank you.
Yeah, so I think again, like it comes in and it like just finds like a bunch of leather and like chews on it for a moment before like kind of disgustedly swimming off and trying to come around for another loop. Shunmo, it is your turn.
Alright. I'm gonna fucking stab this bitch.
That is a hit.
Yeah!
Yeah, so I think you lash out with your sword as it like swims away, and you like cut into it, and there's like a bloom of blood in the water, and it's like going, it's coming away, and like let me just read something very carefully and specifically because something really funny might be about to happen. No, okay. There's not any of them left, or we would have a little comedy sequence, but unfortunately not. Yeah, so it just like swims away and then like turns and seems to be starting to come back around. Prodigal Son?
Yep, I think I'll just do the same old...
Go fishing again?
Same old cormorant blast.
Yep, love it.
Oh, that's still a miss.
Still a
Not
miss?
having much luck in the water.
I think it's all of these weeds under the water, like...
Yeah.
Sorry, what were
And I
you
think
about to
it's
say?
also the cormorants, they're getting distracted by like little fish or something.
Yeah, there's little
going
fish
after.
that are like swimming and you feel brushing against your legs as you do your thing. Climbs to heaven.
Oh, again?
Yeah, back up to you.
Oh, cool.
It was a short and uneventful round in which very little happened.
I'll say so. Well, I'm gonna mock the lamprey. I'm gonna say, hey, what do you need all those teeth for? I don't even have teeth. I'm a raven.
I wouldn't be very offended by that.
That's true.
Sorry?
Wait, why am I rolling dice?
You would be very offended.
Wisdom save. Right, so it succeeds on the wisdom
geez,
save.
that's a wise snake.
Yeah, it just like I just think it can't even fucking hear you. Like it is not intelligent enough to register anything that you're saying or doing. It's just like whatever, like fuck off. Yeah, and it's coming back around after Shunmo one more time. Oh, actually, no, Shunmo's legs have too much armor on them. Who's got the least armor in the group?
I don't have any armor.
Alright, it's coming up with the sun.
I have leather armor, but
leather
it's
armor.
really not really. But it's
Jam?
not.
I've also got leather armor that I flavored as heavy priest robes. So I've got an AC of 13.
I'm just thinking, like, which of those is going to let more body heat through? Because that's what it's after, right? Like, it's going after the warmest thing. Which is probably you.
Well,
your body temperature probably runs slightly high because of your weird witchcraft magic beliefs. That's what I'm picturing anyway, right? Like, the volcano god connection means that you're constantly, like, a couple of, like 0.5 of a degree above what is normal, and people are always like, this is slightly uncomfortable to me, but I don't know why.
I guess, like, I don't know, I was kind of thinking, I've got downy feathers, I've got, like, this really heavy robe.
That's actually a good point. Alright, Prodigal Son.
Yeah.
You are the only one who has been spared thus far.
Lamprey. Okay.
The lamprey comes for you. Is a 17 a hit?
Yep.
Nice! Alright, you take 8 points of piercing damage as its fanged mouth rips into your leg and your blood starts to leak out into the water.
But
and it, like...
It does get a bit of a nasty surprise.
Shock. Yeah, very nice. Cool. So
As
it's dexterity to resist the hellish rebuke?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So I think so. Yeah. So
8
it, like
fire damage.
yeah. So it lashes. It comes in. It like rips into your leg. Blood is leaking out. It's like, and then the wings come out and they go through the water, and the water just starts to boil and steam rises up, and then it just floats up to the surface. Dead.
Okay, cool.
Well done. I'm just keeping a tally of all of your initiative. And they will work how much experience? Oh, there we go. Alright. Okay, so you then push onwards through the rest of the day. The wind, as midday turns into afternoon, a rain starts to fall, another like light autumn rain, but also like a bit of a breeze picks up. You can hear overhead the pine needles like rustling in the breeze, and the trees groaning ever so slightly. But what you're getting down below is just the rain is now being like pushed onto you in like a fanning sheet of just like misty, cold, clammy rain, and the reeds are all kind of like stirring and like brushing against you as you try and like just walk through this kind of like windswept meadow of reeds and water and midges, and it's not fun. It's no good. But you push onwards, you stick with it nonetheless, very bravely, and you make it. By the time the sun is coming down, you make it, I think, to somewhat of a natural hummock. You make it to a spot where another one of these giant old trees once stood. This one, there isn't like an opening or anything, but its roots have trapped a bunch of dirt, and so there is like a very small kind of like half islet that you could probably rest on out of the water. Do you want to stop here at sundown, or do you want to push on for another march and try and kind of get out of here sooner?
Let's push on. It seems like not a nice place. Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, so you push on. You push on. So you go from late afternoon and you continue to travel. And I'm just gonna quickly do some maths. 5 miles, another 6 miles, makes 18 miles, which means, unless I'm very much mistaken, all right, cool. And so you push onwards, and as you travel through late afternoon into evening, the trees start to thin out. They start to get smaller. They start to get more kind of like withered and twisted. The needles start to look less kind of like a dark, vibrant green and more like yellowy and browny and unhealthy. And there's less and less trees until by the time you stop, when the sun like is totally down and the moon is set and there's no real light to travel by anymore, you are out of this wooded area and you've reached the edge of the Neron Fens proper. You spending your journeying action, George, to find a secure campsite? Yeah, so I think okay, so I think what you're able to find is you guys travel like a little ways into like the Neron Fens proper. Now it's like proper marshland and fenland, islands and hummocks and long grasses everywhere and reeds and water and all that kind of nonsense. And you manage to find like a stand of small, squat, thick bushes growing atop a hummock that are kind of thorned, nasty bushes. And you manage to like cut one of them out to make an entryway into the center of them, and then you all head inside and like close the gap, so that anything that wants to come to you is going to have to go through these pretty nasty thorns first. So the camp is secure. Are you going to hide the camp? Probably what that would look like is like digging down so that you can like, because at the moment you're like atop the hummock, there's this row of bushes, but they're not that tall, and all of you are kind of probably fairly visible above it. Whereas if you dug the whole level inside down about 1.5 feet, it would like dip you below the sightline of anyone outside. It's worth mentioning you are already, someone is probably going to be vulnerable to fatigue because you took the extra march. So it's up to you whether you want to do that or not.
I don't.
Alright, so
think
not bothering
we
to hide
should.
the camp. Do you light a fire?
Yeah.
Yep.
Sure.
Warm
Okay.
food.
Yep.
Yeah.
Watch.
Yeah.
Yep.
We need a watch.
Alright, cool. So someone is vulnerable to fatigue. I'm inclined to say it's probably Prodigal Son, because he lost a bit of blood.
Yeah.
Which is not exactly
Sure.
good for feeling great the next day. Who's the one who's vulnerable to sleep deprivation from having their sleep disturbed, trying to stay up and do the watch?
It was me last time, right?
I think so, yes.
Are you okay to do it?
Could be me.
Alright, it's Climbs to Heaven? Alright, cool. So,
Yeah, I think it's gonna be me. You know what? Ravens are not water birds. This is what the cranes and herons do.
this is a
Peasant
little out
rice
of your element.
farmers.
This is a little
Yeah,
out of your
this-
element, it's true.
Yeah, rice
cool.
farmers and stuff. It's just tiring. So
Yeah. So, Climbs to Heaven and Prodigal Son, could you guys please give me Constitution saves, DC 15?
Easy. Yeah.
Alright, Climbs to Heaven. Alright, so you both of you are fine. You like, I think it's probably I think the meal tonight is probably a stew of some kind. Like you get some water from the swamp, you filter it, you boil it until it's safe, and then pour in some rice that you brought with you and some like wild like marsh herbs that you find, and a fish or two that the little cormorant manages to catch. And like it sits in your bellies warm and kind of like hearty and satisfying, and so you sleep deeply and restfully, and you all wake the next morning to gaze out on the proper expanse of the Neuron Fens. And with that, it is 12:58, so we are going to go to our third and final break for 5 minutes. When we come back, we'll see if you guys can make it the 30-odd miles, give or take, that separate the party from the town of Fashwan.
Alright.
Alright, see you all in 5
Yeah.
minutes, anyone who's watching. Alright, welcome back, guys. Going into the 4th hour now of All Things Under Heaven, Session 3, as we begin to explore the Neuron Fens proper. First, though, let's talk about experience, because experience is fun to talk about. So, I am going to do some maths now, very quickly, and each of you get 117 points of experience.
170 or 117?
17.
Okay. It would help if my backspace key worked.
So, you wake the next morning, and looking out, you can see the Neuron Fens sprawl out before you. Most of it is fairly... Yeah, it doesn't sprawl out that long ahead of you, to the north. You can see kind of like just about 30 miles of this muddy, stinking mire lays out before you before it kind of like... the land rises again, and you can see kind of like very distantly Fashuan. But off to the east and to the northeast, it sprawls onwards and continues. The land continues to go down until it reaches a lake. So, how are we going to journey today? Are we just pressing on, same deal as before, exploring?
Yeah, same deal as before exploring, I think.
Scribbling.
All right.
I mean, we're trying to make a map here.
Yep. All right, George, could you please give me a survival check? Is anyone going to give George help?
I'm not great at survival, but sure.
So you don't. So how the help rules work, just so that we know. Is
okay.
You don't actually have to roll. You don't even have to be good at it. You just put your hand up and you're like, yes, I will stand next to them and be like, what about that thing? What about that thing?
Totally.
And I might do some bardic inspiration as well, because I've just remembered I can be doing that. Yeah.
Yes, you can. All right, so George, add your bardic inspiration die to that. So
that's
roll
a
a d6.
D4?
D6.
Oh, D6. Okay.
Bards are hardcore in this edition, comparatively speaking.
So that's 15 in total.
15 in total? All right. So again, that's going to be one action.
Okay.
Hopefully you remember what it can be used for.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the morning... the sun is high and cold and distant. It's one of those autumn mornings where there's not a lot of warm sunlight. It's all just kind of like very distant and watery. The sky is leaden and a little bit grey. It might rain later, which would make things fairly unpleasant. But welcome to the swamp. And for the first half of the day, as you set off from your makeshift campsite, it's the same kind of unpleasant journey as yesterday. The mud is like... There's mud up to like knee deep now. Like less water and more just like sludge and slurry. It's up to your knees and you're just like trudging through it, forcing your way through the stinking mire. It's not pleasant. It is not enjoyable. But it's what has to be done. Around about it's like barely, the first hour hasn't even passed when you see off to one side of you, about 50 feet away, what looks like the best I can do to describe it is it's like a stream running through the mud. Like it's a stretch where their water seems to have pooled more, and so it looks like the going would be a bit easier because you wouldn't have to be like dragging so much of your stride through just like clinging mud. Do you guys want to go over there and kind of start moving through that watercourse instead?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, sure.
Yep. Climbs to Heaven?
Yeah.
Yep.
No, sure. I don't know anything about water.
Cool.
Climbs to Heaven knows nothing about water.
That's very true. All right, yeah. So you
It's
guys.
the better way to put it.
Yeah, you guys come over into this little channel, and yeah, the going starts to get a lot easier. You feel a lot less annoyed and a lot less bothered by the way that you're trying to move. and you feel as the day starts to wear on. And you can feel again like little touches against your legs, and looking down, you can dimly see through the water, like a tiny little fish, like little fish. But the water's muddy; it's a little bit hard to see them, and you're going through. And I need everyone to make a wisdom saving throw. Except Prodigal Son.
Oh, okay. Well, I made one.
Yeah,
Just ignore that.
You're automatically going to succeed at this. It's an alert thing.
Oh.
Alright, so all of you are able to recognize this before it happens, right? Like, there's all these little fish, and they're, like, nibbling at you affectionately, and, like, nothing bad is happening. And then you see, like, other shapes start to move. They're the same size as the fish, but they are different shaped, and you realize fairly quickly as the swarm is still gathering that they're lampreys. Normal sized, so like, like that. But there's a lot of them. Like, they are swarming, attracted to the heat of your legs and of your blood, and looking for a meal.
Can we just get out of the stream?
You absolutely can, but I think we need to
stop them.
I think we need to roll. It probably would. I do think we need to roll initiative to see if you're going to be able to get out in time.
Yeah.
Because they're very fast. But it would seem that you are... Oh, God. Oh, boy. Okay. So here's...
So how many free bites do they get at me?
Yeah, here's what I think happens. Oh, boy. Okay. I just need to very quickly...
It's like a little more critical.
I just need to very quickly look something up, because my notes here don't seem entirely right, and I just want to make sure
it's like
this is fair.
I rolled a little more critical than the most critical roll possible.
Good work.
Okay, so I think what happens is this. All three of you spot this. Prodigal Son and Climbs to Heaven, you guys are, like, on the sides. I think you guys, like, the stream is wide enough you can move three abreast. You guys are on the side and are able to clamber out onto the mud easily enough. I think Shunmo panics slightly, turns to go, but his ankle is, like, his foot, he's still stuck in the mud, and he turns too quickly and, like, twists his ankle, and something cracks. It's, like, dislocated. And just, like, swarm, cool. Lampreys everywhere. Lampreys all over your legs. And the lampreys are going to attack your legs. Lampreys! Alright, so the lampreys are, like, they're, like, swarming up against your legs. The only thing that is protecting you from being, like, covered in horrible bleeding wounds is the fact that you've also got some armor on your legs. That's the only thing that's saving you. They're, like, everywhere. They're all over. That's the end of the surprise round. Let's go into a regular round. So, starting from the top with Prodigal Son.
Hey, am I out?
Yes,
Like,
you're in safe. You're safe.
I'm out, and I'm pretty certain they're not going to come into the muddy.
They can't. Like, they need something to.
Yeah, they can't.
Through.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you could get Shunmo out of the mud and drag him like even they're like 15 feet off, like he'd be fine. But doing that would involve putting your feet in the water with the lampreys.
Let me just see if there's any convenient spell for this. Okay. Can I Can I, as a bonus action, right,
Yeah.
cast... Well, I can do it as a bonus action.
Yeah,
But can I cast... I don't know how you pronounce this. Very expeditious retreat on myself.
Is it
That's a
self-targeting
bonus
spell?
action to cast it.
Yep, and it's a
Yes.
self-targeting spell. Yep.
You can
fine.
only target yourself.
Fine. Yep, you can do that.
And then with my normal action, like, and try to with the extra speed, try to quickly get in there, get out.
So as I understand the rules for lampreys and swarms in general, right?
Is it? It's an area.
It's a swarm. No, so it can occupy another creature's space. It makes attacks on creatures in its space. Like the danger would be if you went in to save, like if you went in to pull Shunmo out, weren't able to pull Shunmo out immediately, and then tried to leave, you would be provoking an attack of opportunity. And if you stayed, you would be potentially susceptible to an attack in the next round. But if you can get like a bunch of movement speed, and you can get in and out before they manage to get their shit together, you'll be fine.
Okay, well, I'll cast...
It's not like Swarms were in 3rd edition, where it was like moving through the space of a swarm gave them a free attack. It doesn't work like that anymore.
Well, I'll cast
shame.
that on myself just to be safe.
Yep.
And then I'll go in and...
Like? I'm picturing something with wings, I'll admit, but like...
Yeah, something. It's definitely something with wings. I don't know. It's like,
There's little cormorants under your feet, and they're flying.
It's sort of... No, it's more like when a cormorant sort of dives down towards its prey through the water.
Cool. So your movement takes on that, like, speedy... Yeah, that's very cool.
Yeah.
Love it. Alright, so George, what is Prodigal Son doing? He casts the spell.
And then I'll go in and just try to get Shunmo out.
Alright, that sounds like a athletics check to me. So can you give me athletics? I'm going to say the difficulty class is... it's 10 to do it smoothly and without pain. It's 15 to do it. So if you get a 15, Shunmo is out of the mud. If you get a 20, Shunmo is out of the mud without, like, screaming in pain because his ankle has just been, like, yanked. His dislocated ankle has just been yanked out of the mud.
Well, I have a -1 to my athletics checks, but,
Go for it.
Here it goes.
You can do it, George. Oh, boy. Alright. Yeah, so I think you come over there, you grab Shunmo, you start, like, yanking, and Shunmo's like, oh, good, because it starts to hurt. Shunmo takes 1 point of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
And yeah, you Prodigal Son, you're not having a lot of luck.
And then I'm just like, right, and then as my bonus movement action from retreat, I just get out of the... I'll provoke an opportunity attack if I do that. Is that the...
You might want to check out swarm rules. I don't know if swarms make opportunity attacks.
I didn't read anything that says that they don't. They can't.
Oh,
get
interesting.
They can't
But
get
still,
temporary hit points.
Mm.
But they can make attacks of opportunity. So yeah. So I think as you're down there, they're gathering already around your legs. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh no. This is not going to be good. Brace yourself, George. This is not going to be fun. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Alright, you take 31 points of damage.
31
points of damage.
Well,
yeah, so like I think it's like
that is actually more than twice my...
You're fine. We're not that rule is not relevant. Yeah.
I know,
so
I'm just saying.
Yeah. So I think it's like you're like you go in there and like immediately they're on because you've got like much less armor on your legs. It's like swarming, they're nipping at you, they're already starting to bleed. They're starting to go into a frenzy because there's blood in the water and like more of them are gathering and like
it's just a mess.
And I think as you like spin and turn speedily to like get out of there, I think you trip on like maybe it's even Shunmo's like still stuck ankle, like you trip on something and you go like bodily
under
and just like all over you, just like lampreys nipping and biting and you're bleeding everywhere. It's like it's terrible. Yeah. That is a summary of the current state of affairs. So Prodigal Son, you are dying. We will come back to you on your next turn.
We'll see what happens.
Climbs to Heaven, it's your turn. What are you doing?
First thing I do is I cast Bane once more.
Yep.
Sort of cutting my finger, picking 3 of the swarms.
Yep.
Doesn't
Oh, it's one swarm.
really matter which.
It's one swarm.
It's just one. It's just one swarm.
It's one swarm.
Oh,
Singular.
I thought it was. Oh, okay. It's a singular swarm.
It's a singular swarm.
Well,
Not
screw
all
that
swarms.
noise. I'm casting dissonant whispers.
All right, you're dissonantly whispering at the swarm. The
Yeah.
response is "fuck you."
So I need them to make a wisdom saving throw.
They're not very good at that.
Yeah.
Indeed,
That
they are not very
does-
good at that.
Doesn't make it. And 3d6 damage.
3d6.
It's 9
good.
damage.
Cool. Let me just check something.
'Kay.
again.
And
Okay, I don't know why it did that. Sorry, Roll20 made some weird changes when I copied the stats across. So that was 9 damage?
9 damage.
Yep, cool.
And does it have a reaction available at the moment?
Yes, it does.
Okay, it has to move as far as its speed allows away from me.
Yeah, so I think it's like as you're like standing on the bank, are you also going into the water this turn to help people swim?
Oh, hell no.
Hell no. Yeah, so I think you're just standing there on the bank and you make the whispering noise and they just like flood away from you, back up the channel in an attempt to escape.
And then I also cast Healing Word on the Dying Companion.
And you cast Healing Word on the Dying Companion. Roll to see how
Yeah.
much you get from the Healing Word.
Okay, so that's going to be 1d. So I don't know how to set it up properly, but
It's all good. We'll get there. Give it till session 10
So-
and we'll have Roll20 totally worked out.
yeah. So that's
Yeah.
2 plus 3, 5.
5. Alright, now let's read the Death and Dying rules.
And yeah, that looks like just my regular kind of off-brand. Actually, you know what? No, I speak in a god's voice, and that's the Healing Word.
Yep, cool.
God's voice says, "Rise."
Okay, so, alright, so I've just checked the rules. So, George, you are going to roll 1d20. You are going to add the proficiency bonus of the character assisting you,
Okay.
which is a +2. You are also going to add +1 because you have cheated to death before. Like the wild magic that saved you guys during your encounter with the goats is like still lingering in you somewhat.
Okay.
How do we do?
So that's 18.
18. All right. Then again, it's the wild magic that does it, George. The wild magic.
Okay, the
Like
wild
you're
magic.
lying there bleeding. The world is bleeding away. You can like very faintly in the distance hear the beating of cormorant wings and like sense the goddess watching you. But like she doesn't even have time because like up from the mud and in the water, the wild magic is just flooding into you. What is your hit dice size?
My hit dice size is 1d8. I think.
D8. Ho ho. Roll a D8 and you come back with that many hit points.
Okay, I'll do that. Yeah. there
Nice.
we
So
go.
you're back up on 6, and the lampreys are away from you, which is lovely. Unfortunately, it is now the lamprey turn, and the lampreys are coming back. They're flooding back towards you all. But I think they're after Shunmo this time. I think you're like slightly cold. You're cold now, George. Like your body temperature has dropped because you just lost a bunch of blood, and they're like, that cold dead thing does not interest us. Over towards Shunmo.
Fun.
Oh, Shunmo, that was a good fighting style you took, because otherwise that would have been a hit. Yeah, so I think it literally even is. You like stick your shield down in the water to act as like a partial dam, so that like one of your legs they can't get because your shield is covering it, and so they're all kind of like hitting the shield and parting around and having to kind of like come back and try and get in at you, and the armor on your legs is thwarting their efforts. Shunmo, it is your turn.
All right.
Would you like to pull yourself free from the mud?
How's Prodigal Son doing?
Prodigal Son is stable and standing up out of the water with like mud and stuff dripping off him and looking kind of a little bit disgruntled. Would you say that's fair, George?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, I'm gonna try to fuck up these lampreys a bit.
So the lampreys, you're going to attack the lampreys. You're not going to try and get free.
Well, I just clicked attack the lampreys,
That's
so
fair.
yeah, I
That's
guess
fair.
so.
All right, cool.
Oh, whoops! That's probably not a hit, huh?
6 is not a hit, no. So you're just lashing your sword like through the water, and it's just like it's doing nothing. It's just not working.
Yeah.
All right, that's the end of the turn.
Bad day.
Prodigal Son, we are back to you.
Back to me.
Yep, and you are not currently in the lamprey space because they are all around the legs.
That wasn't a good situation. Well, I'm gonna get out of the water.
That sounds like a good start. Yep.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you.
And then I'll try to zap them.
Yep.
Or
with,
not zap them.
Eldritch
Blast
Blast.
them.
Yeah. Cool. How we doing?
12.
12 is... 12 is a hit.
Yeah. And that's...
It's just the first one. The second is because of the crit on the advantage. Alright, so it's 5 points of damage.
Okay. 5 points of damage.
All right. Yeah, so you're like the swarm is already starting to thin. Like lying on the bottom of the muddy channel, you can already see like a bunch of lamprey bodies that were left after Climbs to Heaven's spell, and like the cormorant like swoops in and it comes back out, and it just brings like half a dozen of the little beasts with it, and just drops them on the mud where they start to like writhe and shrivel in the sunlight. That is the end of your turn, Prodigal Son. Climbs to Heaven. So the swarm is now like at half of its numbers are left. It is substantially less dangerous than it was before.
I mock the swarm.
You mock it. Very good. Nice. All right, that's a wisdom save.
You know, the way I kind of imagine this is basically every single combat.
The swarm got nothing. The swarm got no results. The swarm takes 2 points of damage.
The way I kind of imagine it is like my character's actually just got like this constant stream of preaching going.
Yeah, it's
like,
almost
it's not
like
like
it's almost like echolalia. Like it's not even controlled. Like it's just constant, ceaseless babble. All right, so the lampreys are continuing to try and get.
Oh.
Yeah. Did you have another action?
Yeah. Yeah. As a bonus action, I'm going to give. Who's still in the water? Both.
Shunmo.
Shunmo. I'm gonna. As a bonus action, I'm going to inspire Shunmo.
Shunmo, you can do it.
Basically, yes. I say rise above these awful things, Shunmo. You can. I'm not feeling very in character today.
That's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Okay.
All right. So it is now the lamprey turn. The lampreys swarm forward against Shunmo, and they get a 24. Thankfully, however, because they are now at half numbers, they only do 2d6 on an attack.
They have disadvantage, by the way.
They have disadvantage. A 23 is still a hit.
Okay.
I rolled good.
Oh, I thought a 24 was a crit for a second. I was like,
Nah. Crit would be 25.
Okay.
All right. So we're only gonna take.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so we're only gonna look at the first 2 dice in this 4d6. So you only take 6 points of damage, Shunmo.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, so like a couple of them are managing to like wiggle in and under your clothes and like start to nip at you, and there's blood in the water. If you stay in the water, things are gonna start to get dicey because like they like the smell of blood. But for now, you're good. And it is in fact your turn.
I'm gonna get the hell out of the water.
All right. So can you please give me a strength saving throw to yank your dislocated ankle up out of the mud? Try not to do poorly, or you may fuck your leg up a bit. Remember, you do have your inspiration dice, which you can spend on that save if you would like.
Oh, inspiration dice?
Sorry, the bardic inspiration that you got from the beautiful preaching of Climbs to Heaven.
Oh, well,
so you can roll
I mean, I did great anyway.
if you want.
Can I save that for something else?
It will only last for the next 10 minutes, but yes, you can.
Okay, I'll try. I'll try that. I'll save.
Alright, cool. Yes, you managed to yank your... you take another 1 point of bludgeoning damage. There's like a slight tug. And a
Wow.
little jolt of pain. But yeah, you're up out of the water. You're up out of the mud. And you limp and stagger onto the land. And as you go, the lampreys nip at you a little. And hit you! Yes! Lamprey success. For another 6 points of damage. So nipping.
Oh, I'm really fucked up, guys.
You're really fucked up,
I'm
but
on-
you are now safely on land.
I'm on 2 hit points. It's okay. I have a healing spell.
Encounter over. Well done, team.
Wait, can I still yell at them? I mean,
No. Now that there's no blood left in the water, they're like swimming off at 40 feet around, trying to find some more prey.
I mean, I could still run after them and yell at them, but
I don't think you can run that fast.
I have 35 feet of speed.
Yeah, so they would.
And we're 30
they would gradually outpace you. It's fair. If you want to.
Yeah,
chase
but with
them
30
down-
feet of range, yeah, no, I don't. But I'm just.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah.
so we're now out of combat mode. Shunmo, would you like to use your lay on hands for the day to heal yourself?
Oh,
I suspected.
Yeah, I
I
would.
suspected that you
I really would.
somehow.
yeah, all 10.
Yep, absolutely. All right, so you are now.
I'm back up to 12.
12. Very nicely done. All right, so. Yeah, so that's like in the very first hour of your journey. This happens. And I think the days travel like slow, like for you stop for a bit, you find like a bit of wood that you can use, you reset Shunmo's ankle, you splint the dislocated joint just in case, you push onwards. Around about midday, the terrain starts to change. What was just, there's this thick mud that you had to kind of like squelch through. The mud...
Oh, actually, do we want to take a short rest after that?
It's a good point.
Yeah.
It's up to you guys.
We take a short rest.
With the warning that, and I'm putting that out there, we have half an hour left in today's session. You are still at a minimum 18 miles away from Fashuan. If we do not make it by the end of the session, you will make it there, but there will be some kind of cost. I don't know what it is yet. I haven't decided. I might write a mechanic for it. I don't know. The generic West Marches option is just you lose 1 GP per mile. It just costs you money.
Look, I still think we should take the short rest.
Alright, fair. Yep.
Yeah.
So everyone can kind of get their resources back a little bit.
Can you heal me with like?
I can. I've only got 1 spell slot left. However, what I am going to do is I'm going to... Well, it's not a song of rest, but I'm going to speak a speech of rest.
A sermon of rest.
Which is going to give you all an extra d6 on your hit die recovery, I believe.
Okay.
I'm just going to double check that.
Cool. Alright, so...
You do get your hit dice. You get a hit dice back.
So
yeah, you can spend...
So let's talk about hit dice. So you can spend any number of your hit dice as you choose during a short rest. You roll them and you add your Constitution modifier to each one, and you get that many hit points back. If there is a bard in the party who uses the Song of Rest ability, you get an extra d6 on top. And during a long rest, you get all your hit points back, and you get half of your hit dice.
Okay. Well, I'll use one of my 2 hit dice.
Yep. You should, I think, be able to click it in Roll20. I think that's a thing.
Oh, well, I just did.
Okay, manually. But yeah, I think you can actually do it. Like, there's a button for it. I don't know. I've never been a player in Roll20 before.
And Shunmo, you can also just... That d6 is free.
Yep.
Oh.
So if you're not at full hit points...
My understanding, Gemma, is that the d6 only applies if they use a hit dice. It's not. Not everyone gets 1d6. It's anyone who uses a hit dice gets 1d6.
Okay.
I think. Let me just quickly check it.
Look, I'll check. I've got my peer to be here.
Same. We're such nerds.
Oh yeah, they have to regain hit points.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you're quite correct.
All right, so
Yep.
yeah, so you take a short rest up on the mud where things are safe. Yeah, there's an inspiring speech given by Climbs to Heaven, and then you guys press onwards further into the marsh. And yeah, as the morning wears on, the landscape changes. The mud grows stickier. The water level rises. Soon you're just wading through like knee-deep water again, and then islets start to occasionally break the surface of the water. Like barely like 6 inches above the surface, thin, fragile, covered in covered in grass. In fact, I think they're just floating clusters of grass, just knotted together by root structures. And so you start to be able to like move from islet to islet, staying out of the water, but like it's incredibly like precarious and nerve-wracking moving over them because you're constantly afraid that you're just gonna like whoosh, and like your foot's just gonna plunge through the grass, and you're gonna be like up to your hip in water on that one leg and gonna have to awkwardly pull yourself back up. And so you're moving like this across this landscape. When you see in the distance, when you hear in the distance the sounds of a child, a human child, crying out in pain and in distress.
Okay, I'm gonna cast my detect magic.
Yep.
Straight away, because I'm like, this is the kind of bullshit that spirit pull all the time. It absolutely is. And we're in a swamp.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Yeah, so you're looking ahead. You can see that like ahead of you, there's like more of these little islets. There's one that's like kind of like particularly it's slightly longer than the others that you've seen. Like it's a slightly bigger one that looks like it might be more stable. And you can hear like and it's a little bit taller too. Like it's more of a little hummock, you would say. Yeah. And the sound seems to be coming from over the other side of it, and you can't really see what's down there. As far as magic goes, you don't see.
There's nothing.
There's no magic. I mean, there's chi everywhere. There's like the low level wild magic of the wastes everywhere, but there's nothing particularly noteworthy. You don't think.
Okay, cool. Well, I just keep it on anyway because it lasts 10 minutes.
Absolutely.
Would it make?
Yes.
Would it make any sense for me to then use my divine sense?
If you want to, like absolutely.
I've already done that.
You absolutely could.
Yeah, use it. It's a bit.
Yeah. I mean, I can use it a lot, so I'll do that. It's
Yep.
I know the location of any. Yeah, I know the location of any celestial or spirit within 60 feet that is not behind total cover. I know the type of any being whose presence I sense, but not its identity.
So like you know what it is, you don't know who it is.
I can also detect any place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated.
And so it's specifically it's celestial or spirit.
Yeah.
All right, you don't sense anything.
Okay.
Yeah, and the cries of this terrified child continue to sound.
What are we doing? Casting spells quickly. We need to aid this child.
So, by your standards, that's so incredibly like generous. Anyone who would.
Hey, hang on a second. Haven't you picked up that Climbs to Heaven has a soft spot for children yet?
That's fair. Anyone who wants to, if you would like to make an insight check or a perception check, to try and get some more information from the noise, you could totally do that.
I'll make an insight check then.
Yeah, I'll make a perception check. 24.
Damn.
Sorry? Oh, yeah. Sure. No worries. Hey, come here. Jem, show Judy the thing.
Oh, I'm pretty sure
You
one of them for Meredith, didn't I?
What was it, the same, or was it
I think I bought
a Glaceon?
I did buy a Glaceon, and I think I might have bought one of them too. But that's so cool.
It's the trans EV.
Trans EV.
Yeah.
All right, so I have good news for the party. So yeah, so it sounds like a child in distress and panic and terror. Climbs to heaven. Prodigal son, you see the island move. The water ripples, and one of the little spits of the little kind of bits of land that come off it moves slightly. And as it just shrugs out of the water, you can see that below the waterline, instead of, beneath the grass and the reeds and everything that's on it, and the algae, is rubbery black skin.
Okay, I stop everyone and I'm stay back.
There's a child there. We need to go.
The island, for reference, Prodigal Son, is about 35 feet long.
Can I use because I follow an old god, I have awakened mind, so I have 30-foot telepathy.
Yes, you absolutely can use it.
Anything.
Yep.
So can I use it not to speak really, but just to seek out sort of I'm targeting
you're
it in
seeking
that direction, seeing if there's anything there.
Yeah, and there's a reply.
Hey.
Hello,
I sort of say, I'm like,
little fish.
hello.
And an eye cracks open in the side of the head of this creature. And I think George, as Prodigal Son is seeing more and more through its camouflage, it's a salamander. It's a giant fucking salamander, 35 feet from nose to tail, big enough probably to bite one of you in half, and intelligent. Why are you swimming through my marsh, little minnow?
We just seek passage through your marsh. We are traveling.
And what will you pay? And I think it moves now. It swims, right? Its head comes up slightly, and then it goes down, and its whole body under the water. And it's now swimming in a vaguely glimpsed circle around the islet of grass that you're on.
Has the noise of the crying child stopped, or is
Yes.
it still...
It stopped imitating a crying child.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at Climbs to Heaven and...
Yeah, you're the priest here,
Things to have in trade.
Yeah, so you know what this is. This is a god beast. This is one of the children of the beast gods. It is as aware, if not more aware, than a human being. It is powerful. And it is not overly moral. Make what you will.
Did we end up bringing any of those feathers with us?
My impression was that at least some of them?
Yeah.
At least one chest?
That said,
Yep.
I have an idea.
Okay.
This creature's a mimic. I'm a mimic. I'm going to propose an exchange of knowledge, of ideas. So I've traveled to distant places and can give it new things to mimic.
All right. This is
in exchange for safe passage.
Yeah, this is either folklore or etiquette.
Okay.
That's what you're making. It's also worth considering that this thing is big enough that it could probably carry you the rest of the way if you could convince it to.
Oh.
And spirits are like it is like let me restate this in like metric in like rational people measurements, right? Like none of this Dungeons and Dragons feet nonsense, right? This thing is 10 meters long.
Okay.
It is like all three of you and probably several other people could ride on it. And like all spirits, it is bound to its word once it gives its word. So if you wanted to negotiate for something like more than just safe passage, you could totally. Oh boy. Let me just quickly check
that wasn't my etiquette. That wasn't my etiquette.
Yeah,
that was not my etiquette roll.
Yeah, I was a bit like, what's going on here?
No, that was me trying to fix. I realized that I didn't have I have it written in my features, but not in my tool proficiencies.
Which one? Etiquette.
Etiquette.
Yeah,
and I was trying to write it in, but I instead rolled a unmodified strength check.
Isn't it down the bottom?
I've got it now.
Yep, cool.
There we go.
How'd we do?
Better.
17's not bad. Yeah. So what the offer you're making is like an exchange of knowledge.
Yeah, and just a simple exchange of knowledge.
Yeah.
One mimic to another. One acquaintance of beast gods to another. No, that's not quite right. I'm using formal deferential language.
Yeah. Well, you're using like petitioner to God, right? Which is essentially what
petitioner
is.
Yeah, I'm using petitioner to God.
Yeah, so it's continuing to circle in, and it's like. Knowledge for safe passage seems a fair trade. But I smell something more interesting about you three.
And that would be?
You smell of the high wind of summer that blows from the west. You smell of a dragon's deathbed. And then it surfaces like right next to the edge of the hummock. Like its head breaks the surface and its golden eye just like stares at you as it says, "You smell of eagle." And its body just rolls along. This long, sinuous, rubbery black form. And it becomes very evident to you, Shunmo and Prodigal Son, that if this thing surfaced underneath the islet you're on, bye-bye islet. Like, this thing is just grass held together by roots. Like, if it just, like, came out of the water under you, you would all be in the water. And that would not be a safe place to be.
My companions and I slew, that's a really weird word, one of the children of a false mountain god.
And there's like...
And I think I indicated my language that I worship a particular kind of the volcano gods.
And I think it pauses. There's like a very distinct and deliberate pause. And it says... The god eagle.
One of its chicks.
And it surfaces again, right? And it comes up out of the water, and its face is just splitting in this kind of like frightening smile, and it's like, my parent will be pleased.
Do you have... I'm glad your parent...
Proof of this claim.
At this point, I'm going to take out
the chest
of one of the small chests.
Yep.
I'm going to take out a single feather, and I am going to say, a feather for you is a gift, proof of our claim for you to take to your parent.
Yeah, and it's like,
Except way fancier.
yeah, and the long tongue like snakes out and like
And
takes the
I
feather
think I
and,
say
like,
that in like the sense of there is no strings attached. This is a gift, pure and simple.
Not a, yeah, this is a sacrifice, not a offering. Like,
yeah,
sorry, it's an offering, not a sacrifice. Like, yeah, you draw it. Yeah, there's a clear distinction, I think, in spirit tongue.
Yeah, I'm not
between
I'm
the
not
two
offering the
concepts.
rest of the feathers. I'm just saying this is
Yeah,
token of our goodwill.
You notice
Yeah.
like there is a very, very interested, greedy gleam in its eyes as it looks at those feathers. Yeah. Like you get the impression that the god eagle and the god salamander, that is presumably the parent of this thing, do not get along.
So basically, by association, I will get along with the salamander. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and all that. Does anybody else want to jump in here? Your wandering son. Wait, is that the name? Prodigal son.
I'm happy for you to control negotiations. At the moment, I'm just sort of.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
looking at the salamander, and I'm thinking about how a cormorant would eat salamanders
Yeah. Well, because
given the opportunity.
So here it is, right? Like you guys have something at once. With like you've got some pretty heavy leverage. Like there's all kinds of you guys want to get to town? You could sort that. George, you want to know about the forgotten goddess? This thing probably remembers more than most human beings do. Like if you guys want to dicker and barter with the spirit, like now you were in a position to do so. Like
well, maybe
those
I
eagle
will.
feathers were not just like valuable financially. Like you guys set yourselves up very strongly at the start of the campaign to do well.
Well, yeah, maybe I will. And could I use one of my research points, or whatever they're called, my specialities, to better communicate with it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. If you want to like spend one of your points to ask me a question about like how to get the salamander to do something for you, absolutely.
Yeah.
That is exactly
How
what
would
it's
I?
for.
Yeah. How would I get it to tell me where Cormorant's watch is, or
take us to,
and maybe even take us there in the future?
Okay, so like promises contingent on the future tense are really dangerous with spirits because their sense of time is very loose. Yeah. So like and like it's very hard to write a promise like that compels a spirit to a measure of time it finds meaningful.
Yeah.
So you're like, at some future point, it's like, sure, and then 200 years later, it's like, hey, I should do that. And if you try and be like, in 1 week, it's like, that's a meaningless promise because it doesn't understand the concept of a week.
It has to have some...
Yeah,
like,
you got to work in the present tense with spirits. Or present or past, always. If you wanted to know where it was, like, honestly, like... Both of you are priests. Like, even if you asked it nicely enough, you might not even have to pay for that information to probably be happy to tell you. Like, spirits are normally, like a god beast particularly, are normally happy enough to politely exchange pleasantries with you, if they're not actively trying to eat you. If you wanted it to take you somewhere or do something that would take like effort on its part, it would probably cost you. You'd reckon like a basic favor, like one of the small chests would do it. Would be like appropriate approximate payment.
Can we be talking to it, and can I just talk to it about Cormorant's watch?
And Cormorant's watch?
If it's heard the name and the forgotten goddess.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just sort of bring it up in conversation.
Yeah, we've got successful enough etiquette checks. Yeah, it knows Cormorant's watch, and it's happy to tell you where it is. And what does it tell you? Let me find the stats for Cormorant's watch. So Cormorant's watch is up in the farthest east part of the fens, right up where, if everyone can see on the Roll20 map, I'm going to ping it for you. So in here, where it starts to level up on the mountains, it rises and becomes more of like a moorish fenland. So less wet and more like weird acid stuff. And on that rise, there is like a solitary broken standing stone, and that's Cormorant's Watch. And around it, lair a tribe of cormorants, whom it describes as crude.
Okay.
Yeah. Like not overly intelligent and fairly bloody and bloodthirsty.
Do we want to just ask him if he can take us to town then for some
That'd be great.
god feathers? Yeah.
Sorry, Jem,
We can't.
we can't hear you.
Or we could just ask him to take us straight to Cormorant's Watch, skip some stuff, and complete a major quest.
That is probably gonna cost
Like,
you.
I'm joking.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Yeah. But also, just like to give context to like to you guys in the audience, like Fashuan is like maybe 15 miles away. Cormorant's Watch is like 70 odd.
Yeah.
Like that's a much bigger scale of favor. You're not close to Cormorant's Watch right now. It's where I'm going.
Yeah.
Just because that is a good thing for you to know.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, shall we talk deals then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Salamander? Yeah.
Yeah, and I think, look, like, I think George's expenditure of the freeform thing, you've rolled pretty well so far. I'm happy to say that, like, in exchange for one of the small chests, it'll take you to Fashuan safely. And deliver you there unharmed.
Seems like not the best trade on our part, maybe. With the future condition that should we be traveling in the fens, neither it nor any of its siblings should have any will bother us.
It can't speak for its siblings. It like
Can
in
it-
terms of
it can speak for
you just
itself.
know this, like in terms of like the function of spirit oaths, it
Sorry,
cannot it cannot make an oath on its siblings' behalf. It
Okay.
is willing to swear not to harm you as long as you do not harm it first. And
Yes,
you
no, that
abide
sounds-
by the proper protocol, the proper customs.
Which would be just
So, like, if you offered it gross
not being a dick to it?
disrespect... Yeah, if you offered it gross disrespect, if you, like, attacked its parent, if you started, like, blaspheming and desecrating the swamp... Like,
so
if you did
basically just
anything
any group
obviously-
of
Yeah.
bad yeah.
Like, as long
it
as you
being
follow
implied.
the
Okay.
proper protocols for respectfully interacting with the spirit, it's happy to agree not to attack you.
Yeah. And is there anything else that's in the power of the spirit to offer us for the feathers, or would
That's
really
as
the
much,
transport be the
as it
best?
thinks they're worse. As much as it thinks, like, a
Well, we
small
have
chest
more-
is worth.
Well, we have more
Um,
feathers with us.
Yeah. I think right now it just wants the small chest because it wants to be able to
Yeah.
prove it to its parent.
Okay.
After that conversation happens, it may well be interested in many more feathers, and we'll see. Yeah,
Okay.
so I think that's where we can. That might be where we close
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you guys, you hand over the chest, and again the tongue comes out, wraps around it, and draws it inside that great yawning mouth, and then you guys hop on the woody, reed and grass covered back of this great salamander, and it begins to swim you off towards Fashuan. Cool.
And whilst it's swimming off, can I just like have a little talk about it, about mimicking things?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you guys have like a fun conversation about that, and I think probably George, your conversation with the Rat Cormorant's Watch happens during this journey as well.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Cool. All right, so that's the end of the session. With a minute to spare.
Perfect.
We're gonna go around, and just before we go, the very last thing we're gonna do is we're gonna do adventuring motivation.
Sure. And experience from that last encounter, or
Experience from that last encounter. Yeah, let me see. How much was the God Salamander worth? So you're gonna get a quarter for the God Salamander because you avoided a combat encounter through being intelligent. Woohoo! You guys
And
are
polite.
ruining this. Yeah. Alright, so everyone gets another 108 experience.
Okay.
And yep, so adventuring motivation. George, what is your adventuring motivation?
My adventuring motivation was to commune with spirits.
Do we feel as a group that George has accomplished that this session?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm pretty
that's
happy to
fine.
give you that, George.
Okay,
I
so
reckon that
how many
qualifies.
more is that?
So that would be. Let me just quickly check some math. Moderate encounter. All right, so that's 100.
Okay, cool.
100 XP. Lisk, what is your adventuring motivation?
Map the wilds.
Do we feel like that was accomplished? I feel
Oh, yeah.
big strong.
We
yes.
map a whole zone at
Yeah,
the
you mapped a
beginning?
whole zone. So yep, big, and
Yep.
also you
And-
spent the whole session inconveniencing yourselves in the short term, so that you could map it. So yeah, I'm gonna give you that for free. So Lisk, 100 XP for you, and then Jem.
Cool.
I think I didn't like the previous way I termed it, so I've now got to just kindle the flame.
Kindle, yeah. My God, it sounds so much like fucking Bane in The Dark Knight Rises. The fire rises, brother. Like, but yeah, kindle the fire.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say I think you should get at least half for it, because you did start that clock in town.
Oh yeah.
And
Perfect.
actually, so I think this is not a clear-cut instance of like, we definitely saw you kindle the fire, but you've thrown off a couple of sparks.
Yeah.
Because giving those feathers to the God Salamander to take back to its parent.
Yeah, I feel like that's
a
fairly.
spark. That's gonna kindle something, and also in town you kindled something. So I think between the two of those, I think the answer is a yes. So you get 100 as well.
Well, I
How are we
needed
doing? How are we
to
doing
just
for
mess
XP now?
things
Guys? I'm
up.
curious. Like, you guys
We-
like
Oh my God.
raking it in.
I am.
Well, I've got 876, so is that another in
Not yet.
total?
You are
That's
24
almost. I've got-
away from level 3, George.
Yeah. Likewise, 877.
Yeah,
Oh, well, maybe we just miss.
yeah. Honestly,
Yeah.
like
Got it.
this, I think this highlights some issues with Dungeons and Dragons and the pace at which it assumes people will level in a game like this. But that's an issue for another time.
Yeah.
That is the end of today's session. Thank you very much, anyone who turned out to watch, or anyone who is in the future watching us on the YouTubes or on Twitch. George, say goodbye if you have any social media you'd like to share. If you want to, I don't know, shill tickets for the play you're going to be in. I don't know.
Oh, well, it's still a while. I might do that on a future stream.
Works for me.
But, see you guys. Thanks for watching. I don't really have any internet presence I need to promote, and
Yeah,
See ya.
everyone go follow George's father,
Bye.
our biggest fan on Twitter.
Yeah.
Lisk,
Bye.
I'm all good.
alright. As always, guys, I am Luke. This was All Things Under Heaven. I hope anyone watching had a great time. You can find me on Twitter at twitter.com/wildwoodsgames. You can find me on my blog, gamesfromthewildwood.blogspot.com.au, where I blog about game design and about homebrew rules for this campaign and about GMing for children and other cool stuff. And if you like the things that I do and would like to help support me to do them more often and have to do less of my job, you can back me on patreon.com/gamesfromthewildwood. Right now, you can access the preview playtest material for my micro story game thing across the Endless Sea. It's pretty cool, I've heard. Alright, bye folks, we'll see you next week. Anyone
Toodles.
who... I will also see all of you internet people, not my players, tomorrow at the same time for my GM prep stream, in which we will discover what the Eagle God and the Salamander God are going to do now that the players have started fucking with things. Bye all.